Welcome back, Crime Spies. Who's ready for another riveting day of testimony? Sorry I'm a few minutes late. I was actually a few minutes early, and OBS said cannot connect. So I rechecked my Restream RTMP connection. That was good, and so then I just shut everything down and turn it back on, and poof, it works. So I hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's hard to believe Christmas is already next week. Wow. They are, I thought they were going to start at 11:15 this morning, and it's actually 11:30. So I had changed the time of this to start because I had to shut it down anyway. So apologize again profusely for the confusion. So let me bring this back up. For those of you who were on the live stream last night, we had a really great crowd started on YouTube. Of course, that's not content I can put on here. So I redirected everyone over to Kick and Rumble. I'm not sure if you successfully ported over. I didn't see anybody in the chat that was familiar. Well, other than Dr. Pyrostein. Dr. Pyrostein, thank you again for keeping me entertained. It was really good. We watched Love Has Won, The Cult of Mother God. It was really good. And even the short, 20 minutes that I talked about it in the very beginning before I shut off YouTube. I mean, we did play the trailer. Maybe I should have talked over the trailer a little bit more. They did zing me with the copyright. Although I did use a different intro on that one. Maybe it was the music. So for those of you who have channels that keep getting copyright striked, I mentioned this to several people in their chats when they're, they just turn it on and then all of a sudden they look and they got a copyright. Check your music and see. If you notice on my channel, I have all these tests, which I need to just delete or put on private. Those are just me testing the music that I've downloaded from Mixit or CapCut. And I'm testing to see if it's going to give me a copyright because, I put a lot of work. Well, not that one I just put on, but a lot of them I put a lot of work in. And then it's really disappointing when you spend 3-4 hours trying to, time the music just perfectly and then come to find out that it's been copyrighted. It blows bigly. So,
it's time to lose the weight for good. Try Golo. No subscriptions, just real results that last.
I've lost 70 pounds.
I did use a different intro yesterday, and that could have been what it was. So,
no subscriptions, just real results that last.
Also, for those of you who are on, who started watching it yesterday, in the link underneath the YouTube video, I did put the YouTube channels and the Kick channels of the people I mentioned. So yesterday, I watched Brittany Alexis in the morning, which now I haven't actually had time to watch her on her yesterday video. But I watched her yesterday morning, and I've been so busy that I had missed actually a couple of her videos. She only posts on once a week, and now she started a new series called Let's Try It Out. So I got so like wrapped up in her, and her videos are only like 15 minutes. She's so funny. Um, but she was trying out, I forget what it's called, but it's like sensory videos. So she's like, welcome in my closet. I am trying really hard to make, I forget what it's called. Here, actually, I can probably look. Her. I found her like during the Rona when all the like Sally's, all the hairdressers and stuff. Okay, here. So her yesterday video, Pinterest from the but from the Dollar Tree. Oh my God, we haven't seen that one yet. Okay, so she was trying to make an I'm just gonna play the very
Welcome
beginning.
back to my closet. This is episode 2 of Let's Try It, a mediocre series dedicated to trying things. Today, we are trying ASMR, and while we attempt this whispering, slapping, tapping, and repeating, I'm going to show you my groceries. Seriously, that's it. If you're not familiar, ASMR stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. Those are some really big words. That term.
She is so funny. She's so funny. I love her so much. So while we're waiting for the Brice thing to start, so once a week, this one here was trying terrible 1920s food combinations. One was peanut butter and mayonnaise. One was ketchup on deviled eggs. Peanut butter in Coca-Cola. It was funny. And then she does like weird Christmas ornaments. This, I think, was her very last of Is It the Shit series, because she actually got, oh, this must have been the last one. Or this one. She actually got in trouble from YouTube. She did something, so she stopped doing those. She's so funny. She's so funny. Oh, and then she made a pumpkin pie. She went to Sonic one time and sat in her car and ate a bunch of food. Oh, she's so funny. I just absolutely love her. I told her there was something I sent to Steve, Publicly Buzzed, who, if you're not following him, he's on Rumble and Kick. He's the one that I was late. Okay, so I was late yesterday to Murder Church because I got caught up on my Brittany Alexis. Then I was late to Murder Church, and he's doing the Dr. Kevorkian trial, and it's really good. He had Bob Mata Defense Diaries on for like the first like couple hours of it. He usually does it Sunday mornings, like 2 to 3. And then he does like these, can I get an amen? And oh my God, Steve is just fantastic. He's very entertaining. He does all kinds of things. Feral Friday. He's so funny. Sings. He was singing in church yesterday. And then towards the end of it, he gave Crime Spies a wonderful shout out. So thanks to Steve, Publicly Buzzed. My daughter still has hijacked my mailbox key. I want a t-shirt. So I haven't been able to find it or to retrieve it yet, I should say, until she gives me the mailbox key back. And then he had recommended going over to Kick and watching Jessica for Justice. Her channel is also in yesterday's live stream description. And it was, because there's like a dead spot on Sunday. Like Saturday, I don't remember how Saturday goes, but I was very entertained Saturday with the live streams that were happening. And in the afternoon was Sal. He does the Mark Jensen diary. Mark Jensen is the guy from Wisconsin that came on YouTube that red-rummed his wife using antifreeze. But Sal has been buying his journal. And Mark Jensen has a journal where he like documents his life. And he has this like weird obsession with like the sizes and shapes of men's southern region, let's just say. It's so funny. So funny. Between Sal on Saturday and Brittany Alexis on Sunday, and then Steve publicly buzzed. I mean, it's just like you're in stitches. It's so funny. So let's see. What else was I going to do here? So Jessica for Justice, she had. So anyway, like I was saying, there's like a dead spot on Sundays from after murder church until like way later in the day, or at least that's the people I follow. It's kind of like there's like a dead spot. I did mine yesterday afternoon. So it was really great that she was on like right after murder church, because there was a whole bunch of people in the chat from murder church that we talked the whole time, and she's live streaming. She's got a new channel on Kick, and she's live streaming Love After Lockup. Yesterday was season 2, and the very last episode of season 2 was like right before I was supposed to start my live stream. So I actually have to go back and see how it ends. It's really good. Actually, Brittany Alexis, the one I just showed you, she raves and raves and raves about 90 Day Fiancé. So, you know, if you want some like mindless things. Oh, another thing I was going to quickly show you. Home. Is it here? No, it's here. I have a crochet playlist on my Crime Spies page. I linked it in yesterday's description. I need to copy and paste it and put it in like, you know, my template. But for those of you who don't crochet or would like to, as I mentioned yesterday, you know, it gets kind of boring here in Minnesota if you're not an outdoors like skier. My one daughter is like huge into snowboarding right now. I've never been one to really enjoy the outside, although it's been very mild. It's 19 today, which isn't too bad. It's sunny and 19. But it's been like in the high 30s, which is warm for us. Anyway, I used to crochet when the kids were little, like before the triplets were born. Was like when I learned. I made my son a blanket, and then before the girls were born, I made them each a blanket so then I would know who was who. One day I'll have to do a live stream on how I kept the triplets straight. I mean, one of them had real dark hair, but the other two were kind of confusing, and I didn't want to like mess them up, you know, like who was who. But anyway, I know that sounds weird, but that's how it is. And I was like super paranoid, and I painted each one of their toenails before I cut their little bracelet off from the hospital, just to triple double check that I had the right one with the right name. But anyway, so I had picked it up when the kids were little, and I crocheted a lot. And then even like when my girls were probably like 6 years ago or so, when they were like in their like 10, 11, 12-ish, I tried to teach them crochet. That didn't work, so I bought all these like knitting looms. They're like rectangles or circles, and it's super easy. I'm like, you wrap the yarn and you pull the bottom loop over the top, push it down, do it again, over and over and over again. You can make scarves, hats. The rectangular ones are kind of like it's kind of like a figure 8. Oh, it looks like we've got some activity here. And so I know they each made, because for the hospitals, you can make like little baby bonnet, like little, you know, when you have a newborn, they give them that little baby hat. So they made some baby hats that we donated to the hospital. And then I think they each made like a youth size hat for the cancer charity. You know, the little kids with cancer and they lose all their hair. I know when the girls were like maybe 10-ish, they each, Lily and Ellie, donated 12 inches of hair to Locks of Love. Abby, she only had 10 inches of hair to give, so we gave that to, I forget what the charity was. You know, and then they make wigs for cancer patients. So anyway, but now that they're 17, you know, they're busy with their boyfriends and school. I know the one of my triplets, she's on the online program, so she's actually done in January, but she still walks commencement with the. Oh, here we go.
Just go ahead and get us on the record. Before we get started, for the record, let me just say that the parties know this because we discussed this via email earlier this morning, but one of our jurors will not be back. He has been hospitalized. His wife phoned the court, actually phoned the jury administrator to say that he was hospitalized and wouldn't be able to be here today. I went ahead and excused him from further service since we have 3 alternates. So, just getting that on the record. Is there anything else we need to take up? Here's what I'm thinking. We'll see how far we get in your proof today. At some point, let the jury go, talk about instructions, and see where we'll be tomorrow.
And Judge, I know they're not here, but I feel better approaching. If we could approach.
You want white noise?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so one juror has been excused. They were hospitalized. The wife called and said that they were in the hospital, and she excused them from further service. Also, this is interesting that she muted the microphone. So last week, I think it was, last week they just had a morning court on Friday, and they didn't have court after lunch. And I believe it was right before the morning break. And I will just top this off by saying the last couple trials I've watched, anything outside the presence of the jury, sidebars or any type of like what they're doing now, the judge has forbidden that there be any videotape or audio. This trial so far, they've left it on. Like they'll do this and put it on Mr. Freakosaurus here. Somebody also said last week, I was reading, that maybe that Band-Aid on his head is to cover up a tattoo. I don't know. His head is so misshapen. You kind of wonder like how many times he got dropped on his head. What was I saying? So last week they'd panned the camera over, but they'd left the microphone on, and apparently one of the attorney's assistants, I believe, I might not have the characters of this correct, but one of the attorneys approached the judge and said that there was a letter, email that came through stating that someone in the courtroom was reading or interacting with the Law and Crime live stream of this trial. And the judge said, well, the only people that are supposed to have cell phones in the courtroom are the judges, or the judge and the attorneys. So it was kind of hard to hear, but that was like the gist of it. I don't know if it was someone in the gallery. I don't know if it was someone in the jury. I don't know if it was who it was. So I was kind of thinking, well, geez, maybe they're gonna, not let us do that. That would suck. All right, let me look and see what is going on over here. Thank you so much on Rumble. We always got such a great crowd over here on Rumble. Thank you very much. True crime is definitely picking up over there. Here, there. I'm in 3 spots right now. let's take a look and see. I know yesterday when I was still on YouTube, there was some chat that I apologize. I didn't. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Jamie. Okay, now let's see if I can do this. There was some chat in the beginning because I was late coming in. I felt so guilty. I didn't get to look at it until I went over to cut off the YouTube live stream. So for those of you who tuned in for my 20 minutes before I had to cut you off yesterday, I apologize for that. You know, when you're a one-person operation, it's kind of hard. Okay, here it is. All right, now I got to remember what the background is. We still don't have any audio. And now let me fix my windows. I'll put the Rumble chat up too if we get some Rumble chatters. Jamie, I hope you had a nice weekend. Okay. Wipe. Okay, I know this looks bad, but I'll fix it. The mic is still muted for her. Yes, Baker has been redirecting you, but we didn't know if you've been seeing it because people said you didn't seem to notice, so it wasn't sure. No, it was just because I was late getting started because when I was ready to go, I had no camera. So I was like, oh, what's going on? I unplugged, replugged it in. I uninstalled it, reinstalled it. And then it dawned on me, oh my God, what if I switched the little privacy thing? And sure enough, I went up to the camera and that's what I had done. I had like, so that was like 5 minutes. And then, so then I went to go like, click on start, and my keyboard is wireless and the batteries were dead. So I had to go find a couple batteries. So by then it was 10 minutes late. So, and like I said, by the time I didn't want to waste anybody else's, so I'm like explaining why I'm late and I'm explaining stuff. But I did want to show you. So I apologize again. If I apologize over and over and over again, it's just, I don't know. I'm getting better. I don't know if it's possible. But I guess next time when I'm going to live stream, maybe I shouldn't live stream unless I'm paying attention. So we still have a muted microphone here. Or no, wait.
No evidence presented at trial.
Honest to God, every single time. Okay, I'm just going to pause it so I can finish my train of thought. So for crocheting crime, so I already showed you. Hopefully you saw the list. But Jamie, I was talking about you yesterday because you wear the headbands, and I don't know what state you live in, but here in Minnesota. So this is the crocheted beanie that I made. And it's called a messy bun beanie. It's on my crochet playlist. See how there's a hole in the top? So you put it on your head, and then instead of a pom-pom at the top of your head, you put your hair in a messy bun, and it goes through the top hole. So this is what I'm going to be starting today in a gold color to match my Minnesota Gophers sweatshirt I'm wearing. But this one is so big for my head. And I thought she said it was like a adult small youth size, but my head is really so. Oh, so you're in Michigan, right? So definitely, I don't know if you're a crocheter, but you do so many live streams, and I mean, there is a lot to like manage back here, but you should check this out. When they have the morning break, I'll go through the tutorial with you. It's super cute. This yarn is super soft. It's called Mix Up Yarn. I actually want to go back. I have pink for Valentine's Day, but I want to go back and get the ivory. Okay, let's get started. Now we're 4 minutes behind. I'm just going to jack it up till we get caught up. Well, I guess that really doesn't matter because... So thank you for joining me. I'm going to switch this off so I can read this better. Tell Baker thank you for redirecting. That's so awesome.
So when we were here last week, I indicated to counsel for both sides that
Hopefully the
generally
next
with
time he
instructions,
redirects, I'll have
what
my
I would do
act
is look to see
together.
where they're different and go through them that way.
Probably
However, because I did not get instructions until this morning, I have not had time to do that. So, I'm just going to kind of go right into it.
Okay, just a moment. Hold on.
Here last week, I indicated to counsel for both sides that generally with instructions, what I will do is look to see where they're different and go through them that way. However, because I did not get instructions until this morning, I have not had time to do that. So, I'm just going to kind of go right into it. All right, let's look at the Commonwealth's instruction with regards to the defendant's instructions with regards to presumption of innocence. Is there any objection to that inclusion? It appears to me to be the standard Cooper's instruction for presumption of innocence.
Oh, they're going over
I'm looking at
jury
the defense's
instructions.
version of instructions, their first page of actual
We're at
instructions.
1.5 times speed just to get caught up.
Oh, do you? And so then does the defense have a position on whether it comes before or after the instructions as to the various counts of the indictment?
Judge, I don't know that the court is compelled to do it one way or the other.
It doesn't matter to me.
It's our preference that it go first.
Okay. And then the Commonwealth also included a definition for unanimous verdict. Do you want that included as well?
That's fine. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember. I thought I did have that
Maybe you have it at the end.
near the end. Right
That's
before
fine. We'll just continue going through yours.
Hi, David.
All right. Definitions.
She lives in your driveway. That's funny.
Are you all aware of any differences in your tendered definitions?
One thing I got to figure out is how can I put the comments up from Restream when I'm doing it through OBS? Well, I guess it doesn't matter because they're all scrolling up on the screen. Now, the whole question is, can you read them?
For the defense,
Judge,
what is the basis for including wantonly or recklessly?
well, Judge, the indictment
And there's a particular
says,
color you can
wantonly
put to
in
get
and
rid
on
of the
all three murder
blue.
counts. So,
Find where I
based
put
on
that.
the actual charges themselves, we thought that it should be there. There wasn't any amendment, nor do I think that we would object at this point to an amendment of the indictment or of the charges.
I don't think recklessly is in there.
No, I was
Okay, but just
specifically
for
referring to
wantonly.
wanton.
Okay.
Judge, we are asking for lessers, and I don't know if the Commonwealth appears not to have proposed those, but it is our motion as part of our proposed instructions to ask for.
Are we
lesser
okay with the
included,
1.5 times speed for
manslaughter in the first, manslaughter in the second, reckless, which is the standard lessers
For,
and homicide, and
the
also
jury
based on
instructions?
the evidence that's been presented, as well as the deals that were offered to the co-defendants, we believe that facilitation should be an option for the jury.
All right, just a moment. So as to wantonly, I think based on the charge, wantonly should be included, but does someone have any objection to the wantonly definition being included?
We do, Judge, because there's been no evidence presented at trial that would support anything but intentional in this case. I realize their defense is that he is not the one who did it, but the evidence at trial is that these...
Can I tell you what my concern is?
Yes.
My concern is that without wantonly, the jury would not be able to find that even if the purpose wasn't to intend to kill, that it doesn't fit under intentional murder instead of wanton.
If the court is going to give a wanton murder, then we would request that it be a combination instruction, as is allowed under the law.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
I'm sorry, an instruction that's on one page says...
Oh, yes, that's what I'm
intentional
talking
aim
about.
or wantonly, and so
That's
it's
what I was referring to as the indictment reigns.
Yes. And the courts have commonly found that throughout the years that is a proper instruction. and that it is proper for a jury to find, if they are considering intentional and wanton, that it could be under the facts of the case, that some could find intentional and some could find wanton.
Is this too fast?
Judge, we respectfully disagree with the Commonwealth under the facts of this case. One of the issues, Judge, the Commonwealth's proposed instruction does not have that. We did propose a separate wanton murder instruction, but the significance there is that the penalty results would potentially be different. So for a jury to reach a conclusion and have us not know whether they found it to be intentional or wanton prevents us from knowing how to proceed in a possible penalty phase. I can go into more detail about why.
I mean, it doesn't. It might change your strategy, but it certainly doesn't prevent you from being able to do that.
Judge, if in fact the jury found guilt under a wanton murder instruction, then it would no longer be an aggravated murder, and therefore 2 of the possible penalties would disappear. So that's a pretty significant difference.
Is that correct? I didn't think that was true. That they found first that they found wanton murder, not manslaughter, not just wanton murder.
I believe, Judge, that under the aggravating statute, 532.025, I'm going to pull it up. I don't expect you to take my word for it.
No, I mean, I do understand that you know what you're doing.
That the aggravating factor requires multiple murders that are intentionally committed.
I see. 532.035 is repealed. Ms. Jones-Brown? Oh, you're looking, Dave? Okay.
So it's 532.025 for the specific one.
Oh, I see. Aggravating or
6.
omitting certain circumstances.
Yes.
Well, to that, I would say, Judge, that the law does allow a combination instruction. I understand their point as to penalty. I would think that a way to cure this would be to ask in penalty, like to make that part of the penalty phase instructions if we get to that point, so that they
Yeah, we've done that before.
Unless they have found that it was intentional.
It seems like it's inviting confusion, Judge, to give them instruction that defines murder and the actions in one phase one way, and then defines it differently in the second phase.
Well, it's not defining it differently, it's just splitting out the definition.
Yes, if we're comfortable with that in the second phase, I don't see why we wouldn't be comfortable in the first.
To split up the instruction invites the
behind 2
possibility
minutes.
that you could have 6 jurors who believe this was an intentional murder, 6 who believe it was a wanton murder. They're not unanimous on either count 1 or count 2 under the proposed instructions. Therefore, they can't sign either of those jury forms, but all 12 believe that this was a murder. That's not the state of the law. The state of the law is that it is a unanimous verdict, even though some might think intentional and some might think wanton.
And we would respectfully disagree that that would be appropriate under the charges in this case, and specifically in the wording of the indictment, counts 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, this guy here, he's pretty festive with his red velvet tie.
Just for the clarity, just so we all know.
And the Commonwealth objects to, like, intentional or wanton.
I mean, it is our
Separate
preference that this
instructions.
just goes forward with
It's
intentional.
not velvet.
But I understand what the court's saying, so I'm not objecting to the wanton. I'm just asking for it to be a combination instruction, and then on penalty, they would have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that these murders were intentional to get the 2 aggravated.
You must slow it down to 1.25.
That is, in fact, how we did it last time, and there was just a case published
it
that talked
doesn't
about
really
that being
matter.
appropriate.
Because they'll have a morning or
We
an
did that for,
afternoon
like,
break.
are you finding it to be a violent offense?
I see the analogy, though I don't know that it necessarily is controlling in our case, Judge.
No, I understand. All right, I'm going to come back to, I'm going to do one or the other. I'm either going to do a separate instruction for wanton or combine it and then ask the jury to make a finding in sentencing as to intentional or wanton. Let me come back to that after we've talked about other lessers.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so what is the defense's position as to why a facilitation charge should be included?
Judge, I believe that the evidence itself has, the Commonwealth is asking for a complicity instruction, and if we look at the definition of complicity, which we included in our definitions, and the definition of facilitation, you can see how in any complicity case, facilitation is raised, and in particular in this case, there has been more than a little bit of evidence suggesting that Mr. Rhodes may have been present and may have participated, but may not in fact have been the one who caused the deaths, and that is classic facilitation. The Commonwealth has sort of forged a trail for us by the manner in which they've dealt with the 2 co-defendants. where they concluded that, in fact, their actions, even though they were involved and present, merited a facilitation result. It is our position that the facts as presented, at a minimum, allow the jury to potentially reach that result for Mr. Rhodes.
Okay.
The Commonwealth objects, Judge. The way that the Commonwealth and various defense counsel choose to settle co-defendants does not then bind this court who sat on this trial and heard this evidence as to any certain theory. There has been no evidence in this case that the defendant was present but didn't do anything and just allowed it to happen. The evidence has been, this is sort of an all or nothing. He either was there directing all this and participating in this, or he wasn't. So facilitation is more of a disinterest in the outcome, which is distinct from complicity, in which somebody is engaged in and participating with a view towards the outcome that happens.
Judge, if the Commonwealth thought that the only issue on the table was an all or nothing, where Mr. Rhodes had actually committed the act, then complicity wouldn't be part of their instruction and part of their indictment.
I don't believe that there has been any evidence put forward other than a theory where this was Brice Rhodes' idea. So I don't think a facilitation instruction is appropriate in that case because of that, and because I just don't believe that from the evidence that's been presented, any juror could find that Mr. Rhodes' actions were facilitation. I think he's all in or nothing on that. I'm going to deny that instruction. First-degree manslaughter.
We believe that the evidence, that a reasonable juror could conclude that there was an intent to injure and seriously injure, as defined by the statutes, without an intent
God, he
to
gives me
kill,
the willies.
which is a classic manslaughter in the first result, Judge.
And can you tell me any particular evidence you point to in reliance on that?
Yes, Judge. And again, we're talking about the role specifically of Mr. Rhodes, the discharge under the evidence of what appears to be a single shot is not necessarily an intent.
Excuse me, I have to go get some water. I'm starting to get a cough. Hold on.
Saying that Mr. Rhodes was holding the gun or pulled the trigger, but I'm saying whoever. I don't think that that's sufficient to necessarily automatically amount only to murder charge. And as far as Maurice, Larry.
Okay. And as for second-degree manslaughter, same question.
Well, Judge, we believe that the Commonwealth's indictment listed wanton murder, and the court has indicated the intent to go forward with instructing the jury on wanton murder. Manslaughter in the second degree is almost identical to a wanton murder and is contained within a wanton murder. The difference is what is the additional element of manifesting extreme indifference to human life. That is a nebulous concept that I think lies with the jury rather than us. And I believe that if a reasonable juror could find a wanton murder, that same reasonable juror could find manslaughter in the second degree.
Commonwealth, what is your position on both first degree and second degree?
Judge, I don't think that there's been any evidence in this case that would allow a first-degree murder. The evidence that has been presented is that the intent in going to 41st Street was to kill somebody with a brace on his head. That he stated, the evidence is that he stated that intent to the witnesses as they testified. He shot a man. They've already got the wanton instruction, which I think covers whether it was an intentional or just something that we in the court, under these definitions, consider wanton. There's just no evidence that he intended to shoot but not kill him. As for the second degree, I think that once you give a wanton murder, you have to give a man too. So I'm not contesting that one if there's a wanton given.
Okay. That makes sense here.
I might be wrong about that, but I feel like there was a case a couple years ago.
I feel like the instruction's wonky, though.
Unintentionally so, Judge.
I know.
Just one.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so. And I have a copy of Cooper's that is
I've got it.
another instruction in there that says and wasn't. It has, you know, the optional and wasn't in self-defense and stuff like that, but that doesn't apply in our case.
Actually, Judge, in Parker versus Commonwealth in 2007, so this wasn't even recent. With the wanton murder instruction should come instructions on lesser included offenses, notably here an instruction on second-degree manslaughter.
Does somebody have their phone playing something?
Oh, no.
Hearing some like video playing or something.
I think these mints are going to make me cough even worse. Pardon
Okay.
me. Couldn't find a cough drop to save my life. It's supposed to be in the drawer. I wonder where they went.
Yeah, I was just looking at the wrong one. Okay. So I think that the second degree one, the way it's written is fine. So shooting him with a firearm and acting wantonly, it does match up perfectly with Cooper's. I was just looking at the wrong thing. Sorry about that. Okay, in reading the second degree manslaughter instruction, well, let me also hear any arguments regarding the reckless homicide and what evidence you believe supports a reckless homicide instruction.
I'll be honest, Judge, I didn't read any case law that required it. I'm used to it being given when a man two has been given. Usually they sort of go hand in hand. They have a lot in common as far as the mens rea and issues like that. So we proposed it, but I'm not aware of a case that requires it. We think it would still be appropriate along with the same argument basically as the manslaughter in the second degree.
Unless the Commonwealth wants it included, I'm not included. I'm allowed. Okay, I'm going to deny that. I don't think the evidence supports that. And then that also means that I'm looking at removing recklessly from the definition.
If you're looking at the definitions for the defense, Judge, I think you had excluded manslaughter first, which means EED shouldn't be in there.
I did not include manslaughter first.
No, exclude.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you.
So I was just saying, there are other definitions we can take out.
Facilitation can come out. Well, I guess I'll come back to that because we haven't gotten to the other instructions. I think that's it for now. Okay. All right, let me not get these all out of order. I really wish these were page numbered.
Uh-oh.
It's
Don't
okay.
make
I
the
just
judge
might,
mad.
But if the page number
Let's
doesn't
try.
take one out, then we're all confused because the page number.
There we go. All right. Now, here's where I need the defense to tell me what comes after the reckless homicide instruction as to Christopher Jones. Is it more, is it like another presumption of innocence, or does it go straight to intentional murder?
I think you go straight to the next count, Judge.
Okay. And that is the intentional murder as regards to Maurice Gordon.
Yes, Judge, I believe so.
Miss Jones-Browning, objection to how that's written? On the reckless homicide, since I'm not allowing it, I think that because there's going to be the second-degree manslaughter charge, to me it makes more sense to have one instruction for intentional, one instruction for wanton, one instruction for man two. So that during closings, you're able to explain to the jury what the differences are.
I agree with
rather than trying to explain those differences later. If it was, you know, if we weren't also having the second-degree manslaughter put in there, I think I would think a little differently about it, like decide later. But I think as long as they're going to have to decide for one act, and then Act 2, and then Act 3, for as long as they're going to have to decide each one already, why not just have them go ahead and decide it based on a separate instruction for each one?
And this might not be the case where it really matters, but theoretically in a case where a jury is having trouble deciding intentional or wanton, how does that scenario account for the fact that they are allowed to convict on murder even if they disagree on the theory?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. You all want to add anything on that for the defense?
Judge, I think that's raising an issue that is an unlikely event. I think the more
Famous last words,
yes,
Dr.
Judge,
Griffiths.
I think the more likely result is we understand these. Hopefully, we understand them pretty well. Right? I think that they're confusing to the average person, and setting them out with separate instructions is just a lot clearer to the jurors. It makes a lot more sense to the jurors.
It might, and I understand that, but I agree with the Commonwealth. I think it's too great of a chance of them not understanding and not knowing. You know, if some of them think it's wanton and some of them think it's intentional, we'll be in a rough spot.
Would that be? Could that be resolved by an additional instruction or an admonition?
It could, but I don't really see the point of that. But I guess the question for me really is, should we have a separate instruction after that, like if you have found the defendant guilty under instruction number blah, 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 do you unanimously agree it was intentional? And go ahead and knock it out prior to sentencing.
I think that would. I think that would work, Judge. I think that would fix it.
All right.
So
And I'll go back and look at that other one we did for how we put that in there, and I'll let you all know what it is.
Okay. And would that then go sort of near the end? One of the last ones?
It'll be like the intentional or wanton instruction, and then the next one, if you found guilt under the last instruction, and then the language, do you believe it was wanton or intentional, and then very next thing, if you did not find the defendant guilty under instructions 1 or 2, you may find him guilty under instruction 3 if and only if for the second-degree manslaughter.
Are these going to be numbered like 1A, 1B for murder and Mansu
Yeah.
for Christopher Jones?
Yeah,
and then
I'll
2A,
rewrite them
2B,
all.
3A, 3B?
Yeah. And so, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, we tried to do that. Like the ones I have at the back, Judge, are by count, and that may satisfy what the Commonwealth is talking about.
That's how I'll do them. I'll do them by count.
Yeah, because I think if you do A and B, it helps the jury not find him guilty of both. Not.
All right, let's move on as to the count with regards to Maurice Gordon. Are anybody's arguments any different? If not, I'm just going to rule the same on each one.
No different.
The only different, the facts are different, obviously, Judge. I think Maurice Gordon and Larry Ordway, those two are pretty much identical as far as the arguments go. There is additional evidence regarding actions of multiple people rather than a claim of actions of a single.
For the ones searching for the products you need, Grainger.com is always there for
Actually,
you.
yesterday during
Find
Murder
high-quality
Church,
supplies
which was
and
a live
solutions.
stream, they decided to dump a commercial
there is
in
additional
also.
evidence regarding actions of multiple people rather than a claim of actions of a single person.
Okay.
Which I think would justify the facilitation instruction on count 2 and count 3.
I understand. Ms. Jones-Brown?
I don't have any additional arguments to what I've already made. And we would continue to object to facilitation.
So from my perspective, the testimony there was not anyone whose testimony supported an idea that that Mr. Rhodes was facilitating someone else in committing those crimes. Can you point me to what you would rely on?
Specifically, Judge, just the testimony that literally said things like everyone stabbed, rather than just.
Well, the testimony I heard was like, Brice made me also stab. Was there a witness who testified to something other than, being told to stab the person after they had already been stabbed?
Even the witnesses who testified that two other people that weren't here, that we never saw, one who was identified, one who was not identified, also were involved and also were stabbing. And both of the witnesses called with the Commonwealth said that two other people stabbed both of the victims in count 2 and 3. So we believe that would also support a possible verdict of facilitation rather than.
Okay. I do not believe that any evidence that was produced would allow the jury to find Mr. Rhodes guilty of facilitation to murder or first-degree manslaughter for the same reasons, that there was not any testimony other than testimony that it was his idea, that he was directing the actions of others. Do we need to make additional record with regards to Larry Ordway, or is it the same argument? Okay, same ruling. And then we get to tampering. Are your all's tampering instructions the same?
They're largely the same. They just have evidence. I listed some items of evidence.
I don't. That's fine, Judge. I don't.
I'm relying on the case. Hackett versus Commonwealth.
That's fine. That's, I'll use yours as it is.
I do want to change, have an amendment to mine. I would like it to say and or instead of and. I believe that the jury could find any one item was tampered with and it would support this.
Oh, you mean on the final line of A?
Yeah, so it would say
Yeah, I gotcha.
and
or the backseat of the blue monster. I'll allow that. Okay. And then abuse of a corpse. Looks like they are largely the same, although the Commonwealth is a little more like fact, just barely a little more fact specific.
We don't object, Judge, to the Commonwealth item.
Okay, we'll do that for each of them. Okay, so now we get to the other instructions. Let me briefly go back to definitions. So the Commonwealth's definitions are just intentionally complicity and official proceeding for the defense, intentionally, wantonly, physical force, deadly physical force, serious physical injury, and complicity.
I think we can get rid of the serious physical injury.
So for those of you who are watching on Rumble, thank you again for showing up in numbers.
So I think I could then just add in official
They're going over
proceeding.
jury instructions.
So the definitions would be for
If you
intentionally,
missed
wantonly,
last week's
physical
trial,
force,
days 1
deadly
through
physical
4,
force,
we actually did day 1 and 2
complicity,
on
and
one
official
day.
proceeding.
Then day 3, then day 4 was just the morning. But between my face and the left side of your screen,
What is the physical force and deadly physical force.
is the
Where is that?
Deadly physical
it
force.
kind of
I
cycles
think that
through
might be from,
the bullet points from
that's what I was thinking.
the trial and what he's been charged with.
I believe that's why I put it in there.
Hopefully that helps.
No.
I think it's from extreme emotional disturbance. So removing that.
I thought there was a
removing
third,
that law.
one of the third
It is.
co-conspirators. I thought they were supposed to testify. I don't know where I missed that.
Okay. So then add in official proceeding. Okay.
And also for you on Rumble, if you're
Right,
watching
and
and
then
want to
at
kind
the,
of skippity-doo through this, I
End
know
of
this
each individual
this part doesn't make sense to
instruction,
me because I'm an accountant slash
Commonwealth has presumption of
finance
innocence, which we're putting
slash
at the front. We won't
data
need it there.
analyst.
Both of you have unanimous
True crime
verdict.
enthusiast, however. If you'd rather
Let's see.
come back in a little bit once they've gotten to the... I wonder if I can change
Okay.
the title. I think I can.
So let's talk about this right to remain silent.
Check out last night's live stream. Fast forward like
Instruction,
25
the
minutes
objection
into
event.
it and we get started
I have it at the
because we had to stall a little bit on YouTube. But we watched
I gotcha.
the 3-part brand new documentary series about the cult of Mother God called Love as One. It is so good. We had Dr. Pyrostine in the chat.
Then right to remain silent.
I think I'm going to go ahead and change the title
All
for
right.
you people over on
Let's go
Rumble.
ahead and talk about the spoliation.
Thank you so
potential
much.
instruction.
You're always so kind to
Defense's
watch.
request an attainted evidence instruction.
Yes, Judge. We believe that
And you on
primarily,
YouTube, Jamie
applies
MLS,
to
for
the-
stopping in this
course,
morning. I know this is
after,
kind of
there was a lot of
snoozeworthy.
testimony. There was an admission by the police in this case that that they did say under oath on 2 occasions,
Kick, I'm not seeing much
as well
going on
as,
with Kick
4 years later,
today.
3 years later, excuse me, in this courtroom, that there was a car seat, and it was included in the police report. And now, of course, the court is well aware, we have not seen one, and they're saying that there isn't one. There's different versions of this instruction, Judge. This is the one that I put in. We wanted to change the language to missing. Obviously, that's fine with me too, but this is the one I thought best matched the facts in the case. It's frankly less confrontational in some sense. But so I chose a version and form that I thought would work better with the facts that we heard and the evidence in this case.
Ms. Jones-Brown.
Judge, the Commonwealth does object to this. The evidence, while it does show, I mean, the court's very well aware of what was testified to, and I think an inference or an argument on their part can be made to the record keeping of the police department or the procedures of the police department, or even if they want to shoot for the credibility of the lead detective, but there is no evidence that the backseat was recovered and then lost. So we would object to this.
Yeah, they keep harping on... Just going to mute it for a moment. They keep harping on this back seat of the Mazda. So apparently there was the back seat of the Mazda when they went to go inspect it. So again, on the bottom middle of the screen, there's it's like a rotation that's describing in, bullet points. And it rotates like the events that led up to the deaths of these 3 people, 3 men. And so hopefully it'll give you kind of like a little background. But the vehicle that was used for the first crime, which was a hit on someone. See, I'm on YouTube again. This is just so stupid. There was a hit on someone. They all packed into the Scooby-Doo van and went down to, they needed some money, so they decided to just go do a hit on someone in their, you know. Hi, Eris. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Broken Baker. Hello. I've got your screen up now. They're going over jury instructions, and since I'm not an attorney, it kind of goes over my head a little bit. Thank you so much, Broken Baker, and Eris and Jamie for showing Crime Spies some love as I, you know, muddle my way through these trials. Again, if it comes to like taxes or anything finance related, accounting, data analytics, data visualization, if you will, dashboards, statistics, etc., I'm your go-to person. The crime stuff, I'm just an enthusiast. All right, well, to put it back on, thank you so much for being here.
Is that it is not as though we know, A, there definitely was this piece of evidence, and B, then it was lost. In fact, I think it's statutorily they're not, if it did exist, it potentially could be a violation of the law if it was destroyed or not kept, if it contained bodily fluid. KRS 524-140 talks about how if an item is found that contains biological markers such as bodily fluids, it is a violation of the law to dispose of it. The problem is, I don't really feel like it was ever established that it did in fact exist.
Oh, so that's where I was going with my comment.
I submitted the instruction is I believe that the court and the jury are able to rely upon sworn testimony, and the officer in the case, Detective Tonelli, testified under oath at the preliminary hearing, and he testified that there was one. He testified under oath at the grand jury that there was one, and then in this courtroom 3 years later told Judge Cunningham that the biggest piece of evidence that they had to bring was the car seat.
Okay, mister, you're taking that. Okay, I'm going to pause him. I'm going to pause this guy for a second, because I'm pretty sure that was the guy with the the pink shirt on last Friday, the detective. He was very honest. The Scooby-Doo van it was a Mazda that they used for the carrying out the hit on the person so that they could have money, ended up being the wrong guy. They never collected the money. 3 weeks later, these two brothers, 14 and 16 years old, and two other people involved in the hit, were all back at Brice's mother's rented condo. There was a vote whether they should live or die. And as you can see in the middle, it's telling you what happened, because I don't know, YouTube does something else. So then after the two brothers were deceased, they put them in totes of some sort. I'm thinking like a Rubbermaid tote that you use for storage. One of the totes went into the back seat of the Mazda. One of the totes went into the trunk. A couple of the people were left behind to clean up the apartment and do Mama's dishes, while Brice and someone else went to go to dispose of the bodies. Now, when the bodies were found and subsequently through investigation, they came across, Brice, and they came across the crime scene, etc. When they went to go look at the vehicle, the back seat was missing, and it was surmised that the back seat was missing due to the fact that the crime scene people had taken it for testing. And the guy in the pink shirt last week that testified, the detective, he said that they were under the impression that that's where the back seat went. And then during what he is saying, that it was said, well, because one of the Judge Cunningham, the other judge before this gal, they were talking about there's just so much evidence in this case and what to bring into the courtroom and what's not important. And then she had made a comment like, what's the biggest piece of evidence you have to bring in? And the guy like threw up his hands and it's like, well, I don't know, maybe the back seat. And this guy is taking it literally when the guy in the pink shirt, the detective, said, it turned out that we thought that they had, but then by the time they got all their I's dotted and their T's crossed, they realized that that was not a piece and they weren't sure where the back seat went. So this guy's kind of lying because he testified in court and cleared it all up very comprehensively, in my opinion.
Doesn't matter. But here's the issue that I'm having, and I'm leaning towards allowing
John,
the instruction. But
thank you so much for being here.
I just don't really feel like it was ever firmed up. Tonelli's testimony was based.
Just pause for one moment again. John Gary, thank you so much for being here. I was under the impression that the prosecution had rested. Again, I was also under the impression that that third co-conspirator, because Anwan testified and so did Jacory, but there was another one, TJ, I thought, was going to testify. But Friday ended and like that was it. So that would mean that the defense has absolutely no witnesses. So I was under the impression Friday they're like, we're done with the one detective guy and then we were finished. But now they started today and they're going over jury instructions. Does that make sense? I guess I'm kind of confused because I was here. I remember her saying on Monday, maybe that's because this morning, I don't know, maybe something happened this morning that was off camera.
Basically, yes, I said that I was wrong.
I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't know. I really wish this had been a pretrial hearing, to be honest. But I don't feel like there was ever any testimony that it did, in fact, exist. Like, to me, Tonelli's testimony was more like, I thought we had the physical back seat, but we never did. But
That's
I don't feel
what
like
I
it was
just
very clear, frankly,
I tried to explain.
I don't really think that the defendant should be penalized when it wasn't clear, and in fact, there are at least 3 instances of Tonelli saying that there is a back seat.
Well, Judge, at the PC hearing, he said, we believe the seat was located. We are waiting for our forensics analysis to make sure and confirm that. He qualified it. And that is what he believed up until he got the CSU report.
Which said?
Well, which listed the items taken from the dumpster and did not include a back seat.
And when was that?
Not until that fall.
Post grand jury presentation?
Now, 3 years later, yes,
yeah,
we were just sitting here and we were throwing out ideas. I mean, it was just like this.
I know. But, if you're the defendant and this detective is twice saying that there is a back seat, even though it's not listed in discovery, and then 3 years later he mentions bringing it into court, I think it was reasonable for them to rely on thinking there was a back seat, too.
But then that was cured a week later when we came to court. And this was subject to extensive litigation under Judge Cunningham.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Was there a missing evidence instruction argument in?
No, but I was accused of prosecutorial misconduct. I had to respond to a motion about this. It went on for quite a while.
To me, it's like a misunderstanding, but
the biggest problem I have is that I still don't really have any conclusive testimony about whether it ever did exist.
It existed at one point.
Here, why not just have someone definitively say, no, we never had a back seat?
I think he did on Friday.
That was conclusively testified to because the defense asked it of almost every witness that testified. and it was not found in the dumpster. Now, I thought what the court was saying was, we don't know if it was ever in his car. And that is something...
What had it been in his car? Otherwise, how could they get 5 people in there?
Maybe it was taken out 3 years earlier. Maybe he
Right.
bought the car with no backseat.
Right.
But every police witness who testified, when asked, said that they recovered no backseat. And the person who would have recovered... What Detective Sinelli was testifying about at the PC hearing and the grand jury was...
Lefty's from Minnesota also.
Detective Peters and Rebecca Kimmer from CSU
Lefty.
testified that no backseat was recovered in the dumpster.
So nice
although
to
they
see
initially
you.
thought
Judge
something
Jabba the
might be
Hutt.
backseat.
She's actually a really good judge. Maybe she's just got like a
What
gluten
evidence rule?
sensitivity or something.
Is
You know, getting off gluten is
covered by.
it's very difficult.
There's a
Or like
Cooper's
some type of
heading
like
somewhere in there,
yeast
Judge, about it.
sensitivity. I really like her. Doesn't matter what's on the outside, it matters what's on
I
the
understand the
inside.
court's looking it up. Judge, just to respond, for what it's worth, I think this ambiguity is why it ended up as a jury.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards is like, you know, the problem is it's been left pretty unclear. And I think that should lean
Okay,
towards
I'm ready to have my screaming
the
goat
defendant. Let me look at this, 2.06.
moment. I don't even know. I think I took out my screaming goat. Where's my screaming goat?
But there was not ever a spoliation or missing evidence instruction before now, right?
No.
Okay.
We had no argument on that point.
Maybe they should have asked Juan Carter and Jacory, who were in the vehicle, the Mazda in question, when you and everybody hopped into the, pimp mobile. Was there a back seat, or did you just sit on like, the tracks? I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that at one time there was a back seat, and the whole reason the back seat was removed was because the brother in the bucket was in the back seat, in the tote.
I'm going to allow the instruction. I do think that based on the evidence as it came out, and I'm looking at the case law in Beglin and coincidentally a case called Ordway v. Commonwealth.
Ordway is one of the victims.
So it says the court held there is no special or unique threshold of proof involved, so long as the trial court is satisfied that a reasonable juror could believe from the evidence the substance of the first clause, the instruction is in order. And I do believe that the way that the proof came out, a reasonable juror could believe that the back seat existed at some point. So I'm going to allow that instruction.
Now what's the instruction? I got so lost in my backseat rant.
All right. And then we have the unanimous verdict instruction. They are substantially similar.
Now, also,
In fact, I
for
think
those
that
of you who
the,
are tuning in, Mr. Rambo
Commonwealth is
rapper
just a
Brice
little bit
Rhodes here,
longer.
he's not eligible for the
They're
death
pretty much
penalty
the
because
same.
apparently he's not
anybody have
mentally
any
competent. He's mentally
position on
competent
whether
enough,
it should say the
to
verdict
stand
of the jury
trial,
must be in writing, must unanimous,
but
and
he's
must
not
be some
competent
below
enough for the
foreman
death
or
penalty.
actually for a person. Or the verdict of the jury must be unanimous in finding the defendant guilty or not guilty and must be signed by one of you as for a person. You may use the form provided at the end of instructions. Anybody have a position on that?
No, Judge. I mean, I'm not looking at Cooper's on it. I think whatever
Okay.
pretty close.
All right. Then we have our verdict forms. So these will be as we discussed for the first 3 counts of the indictment will be A, B, or C. And then the others will just be guilty or not guilty.
No,
So
I wanna
our
find that.
jury, oh gosh, they're already back. Let me get these written up so you all can have about 5 minutes to review them, okay?
Oh, goody, because
We found some typos. Do you need us to communicate those? Or do
Oh,
you already have
typos.
those?
I don't think I already have them, but when I put this all together, we'll see if they're still there or not.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, you all can, this is going to take me about 10 minutes, so we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay, we have a 10-minute
John,
break.
would you mind to let the jurors know it's going to be about another 10 minutes? Thanks.
Okay, so we have a 10-minute break. I'm just going to pause a moment and see if they mute their microphone because we had that hot mic moment last week. Okay. 10 minutes. So, what I was thinking about doing is trying to find where that guy... Here, I'm going to put this up instead. There, you can look at that. This is the upcoming live streams that we have. We briefly go over them. Last night we did The Cult of Mother God. It's brand new on HBO called Love Has Won. It was really good. This woman claimed that she was Mother God and over the years had started like a social media presence, and then people came to like join her crew and they live streamed all the time. Honest to God, some of the stuff that they were talking about, like they talked about, the central bank and the Vatican and things that us in the underground, like, tinfoil hat kind of world, sometimes, ponder. But she had, collected this gigantic audience, and she would live stream and do, she hired people to do, I'm assuming, like personal enlightenment, what have yous. Actually, what I could do is I could show you the trailer. Love Has Won. While we're waiting. Okay, just pause. All right. So this is what we watched last night. Well, here, quickly. These are the ones we're going to watch next. Natalia Speaks doesn't come out until like the day after New Year's. So we're going to watch that. We had actually done the first 6-part documentary about her. She's got some type of dwarfism, and she was adopted from the Ukraine. And her parents, it's last Monday I did a 1-hour live stream and showed all these trailers. But I've been waiting for that one to come out. The next one we're going to do on Crime Spies is Desperately Seeking Soulmate. This is the Twin Flames people. And I can't do the Netflix one. The Netflix one was really good, but I don't have the login credentials for the Netflix account that the kids use. But I do have Prime Video. So they also did a second one, on like a different one on Prime. And the Prime one is as good as the Netflix one, if not better. So we're going to do that one next. And then the Garden Culture Commune was actually very amusing. That was 3 parts, brand new. And then the bottom left, The Fall of Minneapolis, is my friend Bob Kroll is married to Liz Collin. Liz Collin used to be a newscaster here for CBS News. Bob Kroll was the sergeant in the Minneapolis Police Department. He was the president of their Police Officer Federation Union. And he's a good friend of mine. But Liz Collin and JC, I forget the guy's last name. This just came out like 3 weeks ago. It's the title of it here.com. YouTube has new stupid rules. I can't drop the link for it. But it just came out like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I did like a 2-hour live stream because Liz and JC, the director, were on with Megyn Kelly. And I actually just saw American Thought Leaders on Epoch News has Liz Collin on it as well. So I think we're going to do a watch party now that, well, they crowdfunded the documentary, so it's free to watch. Doesn't cost anything. You don't even have to like put in your like name and email address. And I thought it'd be kind of fun. Maybe, once the popularity of it dies down a little bit, I could ask Bob if him and Liz might want to come on for like a 15-minute interview before we watch it. So those are just some ideas I had for upcoming watch parties. The problem is I can't put them on YouTube, but Kick and Rumble both leave me alone. So, we start off and kind of chat I ramble, basically. I'm not going to lie. I basically just ramble for 20 minutes and then cut off the YouTube stream and we flip over to one of the other two channels. But here, let's just watch. This is what we watched last night. While we're waiting.
How many people in the house right now?
Mother is in rest. Okay, she has rested.
Amy Carlson. They called her Mother God.
Mother God.
This is Mother God.
She is the leader of an organization called Love Has Won. She has a divine plan to help humanity.
19 billion years old, reincarnated Jesus.
She was Joan of Arc, Cleopatra. She's God.
This is Mother God and the Earth Allies. You are not alone, and we love you.
I was struggling with addiction.
Rape, torture, abuse.
That puts you in a black hole that you just can't see light out of. I was able to see her true unconditional love.
She healed people.
It was enticing.
We are here to shine the light on truth, and together walk out of the prison of illusion.
Exit the Matrix.
She believed she was the Messiah for this age of humanity.
She was always training us, going on live streams every day.
We had to organize as a team.
Pumpkin spiced body butter.
Love Has Won essentials.
They found a way to monetize their operation.
More people wanted to come. That's when the drama started to kick off.
The one thing about Mom is that she was going to attract some of the worst beings on the planet.
What's your name?
Father of all creation.
We were born as conscious co-creation, as Father, Mother God.
She said, "You're brilliant." I had never heard that phrase in my life pertaining to me.
Doesn't he look charming?
When God loves you, the pressure comes.
All this energy, it belongs to us. And if you're not in right action, you're out.
It eventually took her over.
All hell broke loose.
I've been going through some stuff.
This is my fucking house.
We are gonna give you guys the truth.
No! She drank a lot of Kool-Aid Silver.
It turns you into silver. It's like, what does it?
God's here! God is here! Surrender! I am God!
It was so good.
Sometimes creation looks a little messy.
A little messy. Ooh. So there, that's that. That's what we watched last night. But you have to, the nice thing about Kick is it's just like, we had 3 minutes left? No. 0 minutes left. The nice thing about Kick is it's just kick.com/Crime Spies. And it never changes. But after a live stream, it'll put your content up for like a rewatch. Rumble, I love Rumble. We actually had a really good crowd over there last time I checked. Yeah, we still got people sticking around even through this commercial. It'll come back, Rumble. Thanks for sticking with me. But yeah, that was really, really, really good. I had watched it a couple weeks ago with my friend. Well, my friend Lynn lives out in California. And so her and I were chatting because I had sent her sent her to watch it. I said, if you're looking for something to watch, you gotta watch this. So we just did that last night. There's 3 episodes. I don't know how long the live stream was. I mean, I tried not to talk too much during it. I tried to keep my talking in between, like at the beginning and at the end. 4 hours, 24 minutes. But it's only like 3 hours of video plus talking. And then, at the end I ramble for a while. That's what I do. Can't help it. I need to be myself. All right, they should be back momentarily. No chat replay. Thank you, Eris. My biggest issue with, I have several issues. Let's go down the list, shall we? Let's go down the list, shall we? My biggest issue with them right now is the fact that if people sign up for a Rumble account, this happened with my sister from another mister, Chrissy. She did a live stream with me. We watched, I think it was 2020 or 48 Hours, the Timothy Bleefnick interview. It was awesome. But when she had signed up for Rumble, she couldn't participate in the chat for like 12 hours. So it's kind of weird because, I mean, I see all the time, there's always people watching, but there's not a lot of chatters. I mean, most of like the regular chatters come in for like, we do live streams of subcommittee hearings. Usually the ones that like Jim Jordan chairs, but I like to do Homeland Security ones and Oversight Committee ones. I mean, there's nothing better, honestly. It's like it's so interactive and it's basically like nobody does it. It's like watching trials, but you're watching them, question witnesses. We've done some with like Christopher Wray in it, Mayorkas, etc., etc. Yeah, Eris says that must be something new. I had to sign up for Rumble again. Was chatting with minutes. Yeah, she said she had to wait for a while. So I don't know what that is. Kick, when I signed up for Kick, I mean, I just used my Google account to like link it. That's all I did. So anyway, if that's what she said. She had like a hold. She couldn't chat for a while. But another problem I have is creators can't put their stuff in playlists like you can with YouTube. So, Kick is awesome. Kick has a really great chat. Like, Kick has the best chat, in my opinion, because like, when you're in YouTube, if I'm on my phone, if I'm in the kitchen or something and I want to respond to someone, I got kind of fumble fingers. And I got to, like, if the chat's going by kind of fast, I got to, like, memorize how to spell their name some of them are not easy. Whereas with Kick on the mobile app and on the desktop, you just click on their name and there's like a little like reverse arrow and then it replies back to the person. And then the comment that you're responding to shows up as like a little shadow, and then when they respond back to you, both on the mobile app and on the website, it like highlights their comment back to you in like a green, so you can really see it good. I do think Rumble does have a slow-mo for chat, I think. I don't know. Nobody ever chats so much that I have to put it in slow-mo. Not yet. But playlists are kind of difficult. So like with my things here, since we're still waiting, let me just show you. Is this Rumble? No. That's Photo P. Hold on. Okay, so A couple of the things that I have on here that you would probably be interested in are Becky Hill's audiobook. The brand new Rebecca Hill audiobook is on here. Oh, we watched the new Gilgo Beach thing. I think that was on HBO. Here's the one that I had. This was on... No, this one was... Like I said, a lot of them start on YouTube, Kick, and Rumble. And then if we get into... something that's copyrighted, then I just cut off. Oh, here's Mama Meow. That's on YouTube too. So we do audiobooks. Where is the... Gareth Purse House. Carrie, there's another oversight committee with what's his face here. AG Idiot. Becky Hill. Oh, here is the new Gabby Petito, Love You to Death. I think that's on HBO. Donald Trump interview with, I think it was with Tucker. Or, I don't know, I can't see that far away. Where's the Becky Hill book? For Pete's sake. Oh, I've got Dan Bongino's brand new book. Audiobook. Another subcommittee. Oh, it's got to be here somewhere. So see, this is a problem. Oh, here, you got to watch this. Surviving Amber Heard. I bought this. It was made by like an independent filmmaker. It was 2 parts. And it was so good. No one talks about this documentary. Surviving Amber Heard. Make sure to look for that one. There it is. Here's the Becky Hill book, audiobook. Doors of Justice. It is 3 hours, 39 minutes. I talked a little too much maybe in the beginning, but if you haven't had a chance to buy the book, read the book, this is the audiobook of it. Who is she? An unsympathetic victim. Oops, hold on 1 second. Why can't I see? Here, hold on. Oh, for help me. Oh, Gabby Petito. Yeah, that was, I don't know, that was such a sad circumstance. Unsympathetic victim. JD's friends. Johnny Depp's friends. No, oh, the documentary. The documentary was just an independent filmmaker, and it's called, let me just double check. Nope, they're still out. It was, here, let me go back. Well, it's called Surviving Amber Heard, and let's just say, it goes more into like the psychology of like how her and him interacted more on like a psychology level, if that makes sense. Why do I have 2 of these up here? Oh, I think one is the trailer. Oh, here, let's just watch this. Oh, I gotta turn the volume on. Here's the trailer.
In arguments, you tend to throw. In arguments, you tend to fucking throwing punches.
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
Right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
Abandonment and having him leave was her worst nightmare.
You always split.
I have to get out of the room.
It was before it was violent. You split every time, Johnny, whether it's violent or not.
If he was going to leave her to de-escalate from the fight, she would strike him to keep him there. She would rather be in a fight than have him leave.
You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split.
Impossible. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later. Talk to you later.
That instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment.
May I go?
It causes me so much stress when you walk away from me.
I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me leave. Let me leave.
She was just like, wanted to monopolize his time, and like, you know, he'd be talking and then she'd like bring him over, and she was like all over him.
There, that's the trailer. I don't think on the actual live stream I have that big giant banner over the top of it. It had like just come out. And even though, like I said, Rumble leaves me alone. Oh, great. Now I'm not going to be able to find it again. So, okay, so back to my Rumble beef. They're still not back from court yet. Oh, so here it is. It's on page 7. So if you go to Crime Spies and then page 7, Crime Spies content, page 7, you should be able to find it. It is...
It was the night before Christmas when...
Oh, man.
There on the couch, you sat on your tuchus and vegged like a slouch.
Scrutinize the judgment, the trial, and its...
Okay, I didn't have the banner up. It is 2 hours, 21 minutes for both parts 1 and 2. Can't remember that chick's last name. She was one of M&M's girls. M&M's girls? Watching YouTube during the day. Rich people problems are not my problem. Yeah, it's I don't know. I did not see the whole entire Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Oh, Marilyn Manson. Yes. God, I know who you're talking about. I wasn't sure if I thought maybe it was like Eminem, like Slim Shady Eminem. This was really, really good. Like I said, I was an independent filmmaker. But I had watched, I think the girls were talking about it because that was last summer. So they were like 10th grade going into like 11th grade. And they were talking about it. And so I don't know. I turned it on. That's how I found Jesus Enrique Rosas, the body language guy. I watched it with him, but by the time I started watching it, it was like the very beginning of Amber's testimony. And so I'd missed any witnesses before that, including Johnny Depp. I might have caught like a little snip of Johnny Depp's testimony. Now, I was a gigantic fan of 21 Jump Street. That came out when I was like in high school. Although I will be honest, I thought Richard Grieco was hotter than Johnny Depp. So, but nowadays, oh my God, Richard Grieco looks like he should be wearing stripes. If you get my gist, not good. He did not age very well. But I was a big fan of 21 Jump Street when I was in high school. And I always liked Johnny Depp. I think I've only seen like 1 or 2 Pirates of the Caribbean I don't know, I just really wasn't into that whole franchise. But Edward Scissorhands, you know, that's like a staple. So hopefully you can see these comments that pop up on the bottom of your screen. I wasn't a Dip fan when I first started watching the trial. I was all like, midlife crisis, see what you get. Yeah, well, yeah, that's kind of what happens. You date a girl who's your daughter's age, I suppose. Yeah. I'm same as you. Once I started hearing her line of BS, I was totally in the Dep camp and remained there. Yeah, she was something else. She was terrible. But that was really, I've thought about perhaps maybe even watching like the beginning of that again. It was really good. And I think that was like, I mean, I've always liked to watch, documentaries on true crime, but like as far as like a whole court proceeding, I don't know, I just didn't really have enough time. But now that the kids are all, I mean, my son's almost 21, the girls are seniors in high school now. So I started having more, I guess, copious free time. And usually, usually I've got politics in my ear. I've got Glenn Beck or, politics people, podcasts. I'm a big podcast consumer. But the Johnny Depp trial was one I was really kind of interested in. And then I realized that there's all kinds of people that do live streams of them and make them entertaining, and you expand your cranium, if you will, learning more about like the legal proceedings and how things go. But I will also tell you that since I started, I did Letitia Stout was my first one. And then, I don't remember, after that it gets kind of muddy. I did Timothy Bleefnick trial. I watched the Peltro trial. I watched the Murdaugh trial. What other ones did I do? I did Tommy Randy's trial. I did Gareth Pursehouse's trial. That beautiful Dr. Amy Harwick, Drew Carey's former fiance. That just shook me to my core. Oh, I do love Bongino. I may have to reconsider following. I used to listen to him before his second book, too frustrating. Bongino, I followed him for a really long time. He's exclusively only on Rumble now. So is Steven Crowder. So is Tucker Carlson. Other than, like on X or whatever.
When you shop Wayfair, you can't help but show off. It's impossible to keep the deals to yourself.
But I will say, in my opinion, from a political standpoint, I can't get to it right now, but I've got Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, over there. That's also an audiobook that's on my Rumble channel. It's a 28-hour audiobook, but we streamed it in 1.2 speed. So I think it was like 22 hours. But I'm a gigantic RFK Jr. fan. Huge. Now, because, he's entered the race, now he's actually registered as an independent. But I thought perhaps that was, and look at how the left side of the political aisle has treated him. He asked for Secret Service protection. He was denied. Now he's running as an independent, which in my opinion is a smart move. But I really like him. So I think he's going to kind of maintain that, but actually, to be honest with you, the Kennedy Democrats are more like the conservative, dare I say, mega crowd Republicans with regards to kind of common sense things, law and order. Yeah, the politics stuff is, you got to have thick skin. Although, I'll tell you, the true crime world, I've gotten beaten up in the politics world. the true crime world will eat you alive. If you don't follow the narrative that they're going with, they will crucify you. I've had people come in. Actually, to be honest with you, I have considered switching my political affiliation to independent, honestly, because the rhinos are just as bad. But, you know, YouTube, heaven forbid you get into any kind of politics, because people can't have a grown-up conversation without killing each other. But then again, like I said, with true crime, it's even worse. I've had people like report my live stream. They'll come in and I'll say something that they don't agree with. Oh, you didn't think so-and-so was guilty? And then all of a sudden, this is when I was using StreamYard. All of a sudden, the little button would turn red for YouTube, and it'll say your channel was taken down for copyright. I'm like, what? So I think people are that vicious. Worse. Yes, I think it's worse. The politics side, at least, I mean, I don't want people to be in two different perspectives, because if we were all a hive mind and all believed exactly the same thing, then that would be horrible too. I think both parties suck, in my opinion. And yes, being an independent is really what you should do, in my opinion. Why give the rhinos any type of reassurance? Let's just say. I was in a stream crew and the expert sat me down and talked to me. He warned me. Have you ever? Oh, well, in true crime, I guess I didn't really realize it was so cutthroat until, well, and here's what I just said the other day on a live stream. For a while there, I was putting links because, okay, let's say, for example, let's use Gareth Purcell's trial. All right, so I would say, okay, now today we're going to be, watching Gareth Purcell's trial. Another piece of shit, in my opinion. But I would say, okay, but there's this new information coming out about the Gilgo Beach murders, or Rex Heuermann, or, Delphi, or whatever, some of those more, Idaho 4. Okay, thousands of people do videos on that, which it's good to have those, but I would just put it in the description box underneath. Now, if you don't want to watch a Gareth Purcell's trial and you want a really great video that this person put out on Idaho 4, the link is down here. Or and because how in the world would I even have time to get updated on that? Listen, my point is, there's plenty of true crime to go around. I have a Google alert set up to email me every single time certain keywords come up, like body found, man indicted for murder, etc. And then it'll send the stories. And here in Minnesota even, I dare say there's a serial killer running around, because there's been a couple women now linked. I could probably do a whole live stream on that. But these court cases are interesting. They expand your cranium. And my problem is with the social media, the way it is, and the hive mind, and the, people that immediately turn your opinion down if you say, I'm not sure the state proved their case. First-degree murder charges. I could get conspiracy. I could even get maybe manslaughter, but first-degree premeditated, I'm not there. And you just get slaughtered by people. So, I've said many times, in my opinion, if any of us were put at the defendant's table with the way people have their fast food approach to justice, especially these high profile cases, I think I've said many times also, our founding fathers said it's better to let a guilty man free than to put a non-guilty man in prison for the rest of his life. And I think that's the case. The whole innocent until proven guilty, I don't think is any longer true. I think it's their words. I think nowadays they're like, yeah, he's guilty, you know, and it's just wrong. You know, smiley face killer. I think there was a Netflix documentary on smiley face killer, plural. And actually, another thing I was just thinking about, something else people are less interested in justice than they are in pinning blame on someone just so they can sleep. Okay, there's that. And Megan Emmerich, perfect example of an overeager prosecution team that, in my opinion, many of these prosecuting attorneys, they're just in it for the win. They just want one in the win column. It's sport, in my opinion, in some cases. That was a case where the jury, fast food justice system, the prosecutor's case, in my opinion, was weak. They did not have their burden of proof. The jury came out with a verdict, lickety-split. She's found guilty. And then in the sentencing, the judge actually righted, in my opinion, the wrong verdict. Okay, fine. I'm going to say you were, the jury has spoken. However, X, Y, and Z. I was so happy when Jamie mentioned last week that David on MLS Making Law Simple had an interview with her. Oh my God. I started watching it and I haven't finished it. I'm like, he did? That's just like, talk about, like, that was like probably one of the best things I've seen in a long time, because the jury came back with a guilty verdict and the judge, in my opinion, kind of righted the wrong juror verdict. I thought that brother was very sketch. If you go on my Rumble, well, actually, I did do that one on YouTube as well. But if you go to the verdict reading on all of my channels, after the verdict came in and she gets, carted away in handcuffs, the camera was on the brother. The brother goes up, shakes hands with the prosecutor, goes over, shakes hands with what I'm assuming is like his uncle, like the victim's brother and wife or sister. I don't know. Doesn't even look sideways at Megan's attorney and scoots off. Something was sketchy about that guy, in my opinion. Oh, that's another one. I did not watch the Zachariah Anderson trial. I think I watched maybe a little bit of testimony with, who was his girlfriend? The lady that had like the little like stethoscope headphone thing in. The one that was dating the victim. Something is goofy with that one. But I didn't watch that one enough to have render a good opinion on it. But I've seen a ton of people saying that he was wrongfully convicted. How can you convict someone when there's no body? And I don't think there was any evidence. Free Zachariah Anderson is the one where jury just wanted a boogeyman. I also think Beliefnik was wrongfully convicted. I think they saw a person and didn't definitively prove that it was him. There was still, and in some cases, I know like when the Murdaugh jury was given instructions, this was said several times. If there are two plausible scenarios, two plausible things, like this could have happened or this could have happened, here's evidence that kind of, like weighs in both of the, like it's possible, you're supposed to side with the one that favors the defendant. So, like with Tim Beliefnik, like yeah, his internet searches were a little sketchy, but also there was the burglar that was caught on camera, like right before. So you're supposed to go with the one, like, it could have been the burglar, and then let that go. And then, you know, you see the video of the person riding their bike there and back. Okay, they can't tell exactly that that was him. So it's like, could it have been like a burglar, or could it have been Tim? You're supposed to side with the one that favors the defendant. I don't know if that's true in all states. Again, I count beans. I'm not an attorney, but I just find, and actually the whole Derek Chauvin incident is covered in the Fall of Minneapolis documentary that I was talking about. When you see that documentary, you will realize that you were fed a narrative in order to get someone in prison. They don't tell you that the 911, they don't tell you that 911 was called within 35 seconds, saying we have a code 3 or 4, whatever is like the highest priority. Get someone here now. We have a situation. The guy is not doing good. And they don't tell you that. They also don't tell you that the camera view from the body cam of him kneeling on George is totally different than the footage that was shot from the sidewalk. When you see from like the body cam, from all the police officers' body cam, you'll see it was like, it's almost like an optical illusion kind of is what you saw. And they also show you like a close-up of when he finally opened the van door, and you can see the drugs like dissolving on his tongue. You can also see that his coroner report, the autopsy report, was, you see the different versions of the autopsy report. Here's the version 1. Here's the modified version. Here's another modified version. The doctor, what is it, Michael Botter? I think that's his name. There's Cecil Weck, and then there's Michael Botter, Bader, Bueller. You'll see that his testimony, like, he was a really good, you know, forensic coroner, whatever they call that, autopsy guy, for a long time, but at some point, he's become a paid shill, in my opinion. The Broken Baker will have Solomon Anderson, Zach's brother, on tonight. Oh, I'll watch that. Here, let me write that down. I should really, like, deep dive. Like, who should I watch for, like, a good overview of, like, I think I kind of sort of understand the crime. It was his ex-girlfriend's, or his baby mama's new boyfriend, my understanding. And then he like disappeared, and then his apartment had like very little evidence of any type of struggle, and there's no concrete proof where he even went. So again, if it's, I don't know how Wisconsin law is compared to other states, but if it's a plausible situation where there's no body, there's no direct evidence that Zachariah did that, he could have just, like, you know, said he wanted a new life. Aren't you supposed to go with the one that favors the defendant? See what I mean? Court is still not back. Okay, well, thank you for listening to me while I entertain you with my various ramblings. But I guess my point was, when I started on this path, was the more of these trials I watched, the more I realized how completely screwed up our judicial system is. Do jurors not comprehend jury instructions? I can't find my pen now. I mean, I hear the jury instructions getting read, go to Baker's stream for tonight right now, I'll put a link of... Oh, you're so good, Eris. Thank you so much. I gotta find my pen. I need a drink of my coffee. Hold on. I had actually asked... Oh, I for sure will. I had actually asked a couple people. Steve Gosney is one that responded. Ian Runkle sometimes responds, sometimes does not, which kind of hurts my feelings because I had Chat GPT write a Ode to She Fancy poem for him that he enjoyed. Sometimes he says hello, sometimes he responds, sometimes he does not and ignores me, but anyway. But I think that's, that's a conversation. There's a couple things. There's a fine line between freedom to inform people about the going on of trials. Now, when I use this analogy a lot. When O.J. Simpson trial went on, of course, you talk to the people that you work with, you talk to your spouse or significant other or family members or friends or next door neighbors, and you talked about it. Okay, so you still were talking about it, you still were watching it live, but nowadays you've got, instant all over the place. Instant analytics of how someone looked or what they were wearing or did they smile at their attorney or various other things that can easily be interpreted one way or the other. And then, like I said before, the hive mind, if you don't fall in line with the narrative, then, you immediately get shunned and frankly, it's just, people are just mean. Ian Runkle is a serious streamer, but he's also extremely busy. He's still, yes. He's always seeing people. Yeah, I know. I do try to leave him alone. I do love him. But I had said something along the lines of, is there, how do you not mess up the jury pool before jury, think about it. Think about the Delphi case or some of those other big cases, the Idaho 4 case. How do you not get jurors that are already kind of predisposed to some kind of narrative? Again, going back to the Derek Chauvin thing, we all know what the narrative was for that, but I knew because I lived here, and now finally that documentary came out, The Fall of Minneapolis, and Megyn Kelly, even when she was interviewing Liz and JC, she's like, I'm shook after I watched this documentary. It's like every single thing that you were told by the media was wrong. Oh, another thing we talked about last night was Stephen Avery and because Dr. Pyrostein on Rumble was chatting, and he's from Manitowoc, Wisconsin. I lived in Manitowoc for 6 months, actually. We did a liquidation sale there. And, but Stephen Avery, Making a Murderer, Anjanette Levy from Law and Crime, she was the local person in Manitowoc reporting on that back when that all happened. But now the Daily Wire, which is owned by Ben Shapiro, just came out, I don't know, I think in October, with a series, I think it's 8 parts, called Convicting a Murderer. And it's every episode basically takes what you were fed during Making a Murderer, that Netflix documentary, and tells you that you were basically fed a whole shit ton of lies. And Candace Owens, I'm not a gigantic fan of Candace Owens. I mean, I like her, but she is not in it a ton. Anjanette Levy is also in it, but again, not in it a ton. They did a beautiful job. The problem is, if you go to the Daily Wire and you try to watch Convicting a Murderer, they'll let you watch the first 2 episodes for free. There are 8 episodes to that. And when you get to episode 3, they're like, no more until you buy a subscription. Okay, fine. Go get your credit card, come over, pick a plan. And the plan is for the whole year. Now, if you go to Hulu or Peacock or HBO or whatever, usually you have an option. Like, I want to pay $8.99 a month, or I'd rather pay, $75 right now for a whole year. No, Daily Wire is like $79 for the whole year. And that's it. Now, Crime Spies, somehow or another, I was looking on BitChute for it, not there. I was looking on Kick for it, not there. I was looking on Rumble for it, not there. Somehow or another, I found this super wonky, very small, weird little platform that has them all on. So that's one. That is another. You were fed the whole Making a Murderer. Can you imagine the millions and gajillions of dollars that was made for Netflix by Making a Murderer? I mean, it exploded after that series. And then to find out that half the shit was lies. It's just crazy. Andrea Burkhart is another good... I've seen her before. I think I subscribed to her channel. And the only reason I know is because I used to work with someone named Lisa Burkhart. And so it's a very unusual last name. I gotta find where my pen is. Oh, here it is. Jesus lost, Jesus found, and poof, it's in my hand. So, Broken Baker tonight. Yeah, I see that Zachariah Anderson. I feel like kind of a dummy. I'm not going to lie to you and say, oh, I understand that case totally, because I don't. I know, like, briefly. Basically, the most thing I know about it is the same judge. Is the same judge that was in, was it Kevorkian's trial that we're watching on Publicly Buzz? It was Rittenhouse's judge. Broken Baker tonight at 7 p.m. Is that Eastern time? So in last night's live stream, underneath in the description box, because I had mentioned Brittany Alexis and Broken Baker and Speaking Law Simple, etc. It's in the description box underneath that, all of your YouTube channels. Because there's so many, like what I said 10 minutes ago, there's so many great, fantastic people on YouTube. Like, I wouldn't be doing this if I would have known that Excited Utterance was doing this trial. Because when I went to go watch it, none of my regular people were streaming it. That's the only reason I started doing this. Actually, this morning I woke up and thought, I'd just love to sit in bed today and, like, chillax. Because it seems like the same day that I decided to start picking up this trial, then some of my usual people that I watch picked it up. So, let's see. Well, the names have been called the last week because I didn't have the right view on a defendant people needed. Oh, Broken Baker. So on, I don't remember what day it was now. Sorry, I get them all confused. But you guys were watching the impact statements. Must have been Friday. You were watching the impact statements for Hannah. I don't know her last name. The gal that had the road incident with the man and the man died, and the impact statements. So I watched all of that whole live stream. And Broken Baker, you should have seen me. I was doing dishes for the part where you were like ranting about people. I don't care if you're polka dot. It doesn't matter what color the defendant was and what color the victim was. This has nothing to do with your color. I thought the polka dot thing was clever. But that's totally true. I mean, I'm Scandinavian. Do I say that people are oppressing me when they tell Ole and Lena jokes with Sven? I mean, With or without Sven? No. The camera moved, so perhaps they're coming back. And that's kind of the thing, like, there's different communities where, well, and that's another thing with the Rumble crowd. I'm sorry, Rumble crowd. I haven't checked in on you for a while. Lo siento mucho. There's different communities where, well, okay, Rumble crowd, I understand. You're just probably waiting. But like I mean, you can have lively debates over there. Everybody should have a voice. Like I said, if we all thought the exact same way, who wants to live in a hive mind society? I don't. And the view on I mean, that's just, this is why innocent people get thrown in jail, because of the hive mind thing. And maybe I just am more of a fighter just because I've been so involved in the politics stuff. Like, I've been beaten up, driven over by friends, driven over by some family members for my political views. And I consider myself very open-minded. Actually, the lady next door, she's a liberal person. Well, they moved now. When they first moved in, they wouldn't even look at me sideways because of all my flags and stuff that I have outside. But over the years, like her and her husband just bought a house just like not very far away. And they're like, the thing we're going to miss most about this neighborhood is you. And here, like, we have totally opposite political views. So, I don't know. Oh, Manitowoc, yeah. Well, and it's funny, well, not funny, but Madeline Kingsbury, she's that woman that was found deceased in Winona, Minnesota, which is like 2 hours away. I told my daughter Lily, that could be our very first Crime Spies goes on the road and actually goes to a court proceeding, because Winona's not far. But it was funny because a lot of people that were covering like the Adam Fravel hearings, there was a couple hearings with him. I think that trial starts early next year somehow. But especially, there was a lot of press conferences too with that, because she was missing for so long, and then they finally found her. And I know several of the larger channels that were following it, or like live streaming about the like press conferences and whatnot, they kept saying Winona. And actually, Winona Ryder, I think she was from Winona, Minnesota. That's how she got the name Winona. But I would always say it's Win, W-I-N-O-Na, like Ryder, not Winona, like Judd. We have a lot. Even like I live in Chaska. Shakopee is another one. Wisconsin has Manitowoc's kind of hard to you know, base your content on what others are doing. You'll never, yeah. I'm just myself. I'm just me. Normally the cat's in here, but Lily's home right now. So she's got Poppy, the cat. People will pick who they enjoy watching. There are situations that have gone on and I wouldn't watch update stuff. Oh, I'll tell you another thing that I don't like is, okay, this is, please don't hate me. But there are some people that once they get to a certain like level, then it's like they don't interact with the chat anymore. And I know yesterday on my live stream, I apologize. I was so late starting, and then I had the whole glitchy thing with the camera, and I just didn't get around to seeing that there were people on the YouTube chat, so I apologize profusely for that. But there are some live streams where like they used to talk to the chat. I mean, I don't expect the people to like read the chat all the time, especially when you're like new and you're all by yourself. I mean, I got to make sure that the internet doesn't crash and that, you know, I haven't accidentally muted my microphone, and I got to keep an eye on the level of the volume, and I got to keep an eye on, I mean, you know, there's all kinds of stuff going on. But then it seems like sometimes as they grow, then all of a sudden like that stops, or only like they only read like the stuff that like their moderators flag for them to read. And that's kind of like, oh, well, you know, I love a lot of the moderators in most cases, but you know, if I subscribe to the channel, it's no offense. It's just, it's for the person. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make any sense. Maybe I should just be quiet. Baker can joke with chat so long as things remain respectful towards victims and victims' families. It's the first time I've ever seen him have to rant, but chat, including me, got a little more uncertain aspects and showed a little less respect than they should have. Oh, see, and I wasn't reading the chat because I had him in my pocket because I was doing dishes. I know specifically at the time because I'm going, yes. Doesn't matter what color they are. A victim is a victim. A suspect is a suspect, period. Full stop. End of story. The Memphis 3, I do believe, are innocent of the crime, so yeah, they were released. But the HBO series they did on that was very wrong and misleading. I'm not sure. I think that involved 3 black men, and it wasn't the victim like a white girl. Memphis 3. I'm pretty sure. Smaller. Yeah. Oh, and okay. Netflix, HBO, a lot of these documentary series. I have somebody on Rumble that calls them docutainment, which is true. But, you know, you do have to have some kind of like background music, you know, get clever with your camera shots, etc., to keep it interesting. Because if it was just like me giving a documentary with a script and then showing you pictures, that's not very entertaining. But I think Netflix did a really great job on the Maya trial. I think Netflix did a terrible job on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard documentary thing that they had. But again, kind of goes back to that whole making a murderer. Now here years later, convicting a murderer is telling you what you really missed. Actually, Dr. Pyrostine, who was in the Rumble chat last night, said he knows somebody or somewhere along the line, because he's in Manitowoc, knows someone that works at the prison. And you know that Brandon Dassey was the young guy that Stephen Avery, I don't know what I could say on YouTube, but if you know the story, he was like involved with her assault. He was just talking about like how much mail he gets, and I don't know, that's a whole nother thing. I think he's life in prison without parole, but I don't remember now if he was involved with assaulting her, but kind of really wasn't. I mean, he was given a chance, but because of his mental capacity and Stephen Avery's disgustingness, I don't know. Smaller channels are larger channels that just haven't been discovered. They're not big, small channels. Just gotta get your Well, I'm new, but I've been around since, like, was it end of March, early April? I'm not consistent either. I have my fingers in too many areas. I like to do the trials, but not so much. I've done a few, like I did the, oh my God. I did the Danilo Cavalcante manhunt for, what was it? 11 days. I think I did it 9 of the 11 days, all day, every day. That was right when I got my new computer, right when I was using OBS. I had so many live streams going at one time. It was insanity. But I did not put it on Rumble, or I didn't put it on YouTube, and I wasn't streaming on Kick yet. I had an account. I wasn't streaming there. And I mean, it was good, but man, that was tiring. The Memphis, where 3 teenage kids who listened to metal were accused of murdering little boys in the woods. Depp and a bunch of celebrities were involved in shining a light on their case. Huh? Is that... There's an older documentary that... I forget what it was called. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's interesting. Very interesting. Oh, and another thing with like when you grow a channel, like I just figured out how to use the community, like the community tab. There's a lot of things that are involved. You got to make sure your thumbnail looks okay. You gotta, each video, like I was using StreamYard, but now I use Restream. Well, I use OBS, but Rumble, again, because they're an RTMP, you got to use, well, okay, so in OBS, I could stream directly to YouTube, but it wouldn't cost me any money at all. But if I wanted to stream to YouTube and Kick at the same time, then you have to use a service like Restream, which if it was just those two, also I think is part of like the free side of their platform. But the problem is Rumble is an RTMP. Same thing was with StreamYard. Like StreamYard would let me stream to YouTube and I think like Twitch. Don't get me started on Twitch. But then if you wanted to use a custom RTMP, you had to use their paid flat. Doesn't matter. But Rumble, again, has a custom art. So then you have to like go to the higher paid platforms in order to do that as well. I don't know. If I just stuck to one or the other, I mean, the politics one is my favorite one, but I do like these trials. And it's so much more interesting talking with people when you watch the trials. When she says 10 minutes and it's been what? 45 minutes? Oh, oh, help me, Rhonda. Let's see what else I can say. But yeah, there's a lot to go into it. Then you got to get your microphone. You got to get a camera. You got to get a light. You got to... Oh my gosh, all the videos I watched to learn how to do OBS was just insanity. 95% of them were terrible. 5% of them were really great. Well, and then you got all the YouTube censorship stuff. But like there was something that I just did recently, like in your, okay, so I was talking about Restream. So Restream, you know, it's very similar to StreamYard with respect to, they do have an actual studio that works almost exactly like StreamYard does, where you can like put the people's comments up. But if I use OBS, that's the one thing I haven't figured out, is if there's a way to do that in OBS. If I use the Restream Studio, then like I could take Eris's comment here and plop it up. So that's why I have the little thing in the corner that's supposed to be updating. So your comments, like, you scroll up the screen. I do have a way for it to be transparent over the top. I just forgot what the color code is. I gotta look that up. Color code for chat overlay. It's like hashtag 1724BN or something like that. I gotta find it. And then instead of a white box in the lower left-hand corner, it'll be transparent. And then I can make it a little bit bigger so that you can read it better. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff to learn. You gotta buy the equipment. You got to get the right computer. Like I was using my MacBook at first, which worked out great. Then you got to get a second monitor because one monitor isn't enough. Then you got to get a third monitor because you got to have one for this and one for that. Then you got to figure out how to use the software, and you got to figure out the RTMP thing because, you know, that changes with Rumble. That's another thing that's just sucky about Rumble. It's like, if I go to set up a live stream and say, okay, I want to do it on Kick and Rumble and YouTube. Well, Rumble's integrated. Kick is integrated. But what did I just say? YouTube is integrated. Kick is integrated. But Rumble is a different RTMP, and it's a different stream key every single live stream. So you got to remember to do that. And then in OBS, you just have to change the stream key for the whole shebang. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff to people. But it is enjoyable. I do like it. And I love the fact, like, I love watching. I mean, I watch documentaries all the time. True crime ones. My mom got me hooked on them. And books. That's why I do a lot of audiobooks. Most of them are political, but actually the Pam Anderson audiobook, that came out like right around the same time as her Netflix documentary. Was really good. My friend Chrissy, my sister from another mister, she knows Pam Anderson. So, and Motley Crue, the band. So she's got stories. I should actually have her see if she's free over the holidays, because I have the audiobook for Pam Anderson. Pam Anderson actually reads it, called Love, Pamela. We have political ones. What else can I talk about? I don't know. Can't play any videos, or YouTube will get me kicked off. Let's look at their chat. All right, let's move my chat. Do I have this? I think I have this window cut. Just a moment. No, that's as far as it goes. That's Teresa. I left and came back and still nothing. 2 hours later. Huh, weird. Well, for Pete's sake, it's 1:47 my time. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Oops. No, I don't want to open the app. Every time I open your YouTube app, YouTube, Every time I open your app, YouTube, it is a nightmare. It glitches out on me.
The politicians in St. Paul are loading the scale in their favor against you.
Oh my goodness.
Representative Ream, it's time to do what's right. We need a more balanced approach. Okay. Prepared and paid for by ProJobs Majority.
I have a lot
All right,
to say on
let's talk about you. Ooh, that day felt longer than normal. But hey, you...
All right, no, I don't want to do that. Oh, I know, we could watch. Can I do my split screen up here? And then do... Here, let's do this. I want to show you this beanie one.
Hi guys, and welcome back to my channel. My name's Ashley and I am the mompreneur here behind A Crafty Concept. In today's video, I'm going to show you guys how to crochet my best-selling pattern and my best-selling product from my Etsy shop, the Claire Bun Beanie. This is the first pattern I ever designed and released for purchasing, and it has done so well. I've just been blown away. This pattern is what turned A Crafty Concept from selling finished pieces to selling and creating crochet patterns to share with people. So I'm very, very excited to share this with you guys today. I asked my Instagram followers at the end of 2018, I told them if we got to 10K before 2019, I would release one of my paid patterns as a free pattern. I let everybody vote on which pattern they would like to be released, and Claire Bun Beanie won by a landslide. So that's what we're gonna get into today. I'm super excited. I can't wait to start seeing y'all's Claire Bun Beanies. Let's go see what you need. To make this pattern, you will need some yarn. I love this yarn. This is the color Graybeard. It's just a worsted weight yarn. I love this yarn. It's just my go-to. You will need a J 6mm crochet hook. This is my Clover and More hook. I noticed that I get the same tension with this guy as I do an I hook in Susan Bates or Boy brand hooks. If you've never used Clover and More hooks before, you might want to test that out to see if your tension is different before you start. And some scissors. Tapestry needle for sewing in your ends at the end. And I like to attach a tag to my beanies that says A Crafty Concept. A lot of my customers find this touch very nice. It makes the beanie look just more finished and put together. I get my tags from All This Wood on Etsy, and I will link that below for you guys too, so you can get some custom product tags.
Oh shoot, now it's too far away.
Okay, following along with the pattern, we're going to start with...
Alright, so this is just, like I mentioned earlier, if you go to my Crime Spies channel, there's playlists. One of the playlists I have is called Crochet, and I just put in the crochet playlist. I don't know, things that pertain to crochet, I guess. My daughters want me to put my stuff on Etsy. Like I need another project, but that might be kind of good. These crochet flip-flop socks. I do like open toe socks. So that's not, I don't really like these, but this is what I was working on. I've made a couple of them now, but now I've moved. Oh, and this is really pretty. My daughter has a shirt that she wore to Ed Sheeran that's like that, but magic ring for those of you who work in the round for like hats. Magic ring. Once you get the hang of it, it's the center of this. I'm working on a beanie neck thing. Anyway, so oh my god, they're coming back.
Okay. What do we got?
Well, thank you for sticking around and listening to me ramble. Hopefully I did not offend.
We thought that physical force and extreme emotional disturbance were being taken out.
Okay. physical force?
Yes. And EED. None of the murder or manslaughter. Well, no.
Hang on 1 second.
Were they really gone an hour and 20 minutes?
Okay.
The murder.
Oh, I can ramble. I should get an A+ for rambling abilities. All right, I'll be quiet now.
So, we're doing intentionally, wantonly complicity in official proceeding, right?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
So then, Judge, on page, for instance, 4 on the murder 1A, it does not have complicity in it.
Okay.
So that needs to be added. It is in 1B, and then that pattern follows for each of the murder charges. Complicity needs to be added to each of them.
Okay, so on 1B, 2B, and 3B?
1A, 2A, and 3A. It's in all of the manslaughter charges, but not in the murder charges.
Murder should be 1A, 2A, and 3A.
I'm sorry. The complicity language is not in the murder charges.
And it should be?
Yes.
And it should not, and it should also be in manslaughter?
Correct.
Okay. And that should be in 1A, 2A, and 3A.
Yes, ma'am.
Hang on, let me get that in.
Here's my beanie again that we started watching. We probably could have watched the whole darn video instead of listening to me ramble. Love this yarn.
Okay.
So is it in, like, for instance, he acting alone or in complicity with others killed Christopher
Don't forget, people, 7 p.m. tonight, Central Standard Time. Broken Baker.
By shooting him with a
Zachariah Anderson's brother Solomon will be on. That'll be interesting. Crime Spies needs to get caught up on that whole situation.
He killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others, and then it should say by.
They were gone for an hour,
yes,
over an hour.
I changed all of those.
Okay. And then
10 minutes,
for
my
2A murder
fanny.
and 3A murder, the same change with the complicity.
Yes, I've changed all of them.
The only other thing I
And for those of you watching on Rumble, I did change the title back to just plain old Day 5.
It says, we the jury find the defendant not guilty or murder instead of murder.
Now they're going through spelling errors. How many people are watching on Long Crime? What does it say?
Okay.
That's all.
I'm just merely curious.
We had a few other things for spotted.
Let me change that order of and the other ones as well.
3,000. I'm surprised there's that many people because I just.
Okay.
When it's uncertain like this, the format, I could never.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm not sure if that's the only location of that word, but I can
I'll double check it.
Thank you. And then
Well, I shouldn't say never.
Is a lettering.
I don't like wasting time. That's why I'm an accountant.
For example, on 2A,
Organize.
we have 2Bs.
Although I'm not very on time
Word document is
with my
just
live
trying to-
streams sometimes.
Does that make sense, Jez? It says B for the, instead of A for the first option, it says B, and then it says B again.
Oh, I see it.
And then on page 8 for instruction 3A.
Hang on just one second. Let me get that.
Okay, you would think in the 20 minutes or the 10 minutes that turned into over an hour, they would have sorted out whatever this shit is.
Okay.
So we could kind of move on with our day.
Under 3A, on instruction 3A, we have a C
Sorry,
and
I'm
a
getting
B.
crabby.
Should be changed
Oh,
to
I know
A
why. I
and
have to
B.
take my afternoon medicine. Hold on a minute.
Got it.
Moment. That's probably why my brain is not
I
functioning.
believe
Hold on.
page 12, instruction number 6. We have element A, B, and D. The last one should be a C.
Page 12, you said?
Page 12, yes.
No, that goes under B.
Okay.
That's the, you know, because it's not a separate element. That's just the intentional portion. So it should be the same for 2A and 3A.
And then I believe the same lettering on page 15, 16, 17, and 18.
A instead of.
Be in our own list.
I see. Because it went to CD. I gotcha.
I should be good in about 20 minutes. I forgot to take my morning medicine too. Told you I didn't want to get out of bed today. It was just so warm and comfortable.
Okay. Anything else?
Judge, we did do what you asked, and we discussed sort of the logic of today versus tomorrow. And I think that.
Oh my God.
that
If today
slow us
ends
down,
up just being this, and then they say, okay, now, because it's 3 o'clock their time,
to go straight into penalty if that's necessary.
I'm at 2 hours, 43 minutes.
We've already done penalty instruction.
I just hate to send them home, having been sitting here since 12:30.
That's exactly what I was just saying. She read my mind. Or I'm psychic. One of the two.
So we have to do instructions, and then you all think you'll be about an hour each. Is that right?
Yeah, probably less.
I think I'm just gonna push through.
Good. Thank you,
You wanna
Judge.
make copies?
Because I would be pissed. Not that
Janelle
it
has
wasn't
left,
enjoyable
so
speaking to all
it's
of
me
you.
making the copies.
But the aforementioned laying in bed, thinking it's all warm and toasty and other people are live streaming this, and maybe I should just quit, did cross my mind this morning. But then I thought, well, maybe today's the day. Maybe today's the day everybody will find me and say, oh, that Crime Spies, she's very entertaining. And she's a critical thinker. I could entertain you with my celebrity stories. Oh, don't worry. Eris, there's nothing going on. You haven't missed anything. Basically, in the 2 hours and 44 minutes I've been live, other than my stories. No worries. I oftentimes have people in my pocket because I have cats. I'm trying to go through all my junk of living here, raising 4 children, and getting rid of things because I want to sell my house as soon as they graduate in June. So believe me. Although, actually, my one daughter is not here very often, and of all the bedrooms, other than mine, hers is like the next biggest. So I've kind of like, and I mean, let's face it, they have plenty of things to do. They're here to eat, shower. Half the time they don't even eat here anymore because, they all make their own money and they like fast food. I'm like, girls, your metabolism will catch up with you. I mean, they go to the gym and they take vitamins and all that, but so I've just like subtly moved some of her stuff over, and I like the back side of the house way better than like my bedroom faces the front side of the house, and which comes in handy when your daughters want to sneak out in the middle of the night. But the view from the back is much prettier. You can see the lake, and there's a trail, walking trail. There's a horse stable, so they take their horses, and the lake. Once the leaves fall off the trees, you can see the lake really good. And it's nice and sunny. You get the morning, afternoon sun back there. And I got a bird feeder. So I kind of like moved her stuff around. I thought maybe Crime Spies, maybe, because I could do, the only problem is the sun would be behind me. I don't know how that works for lighting, but I could probably figure it out. But I'm like, that would be kind of cool because it's nice and bright in there. It doesn't get bright here until the afternoon, but, and I could have little birds, to entertain you. Or if it's snowing, I could have the window behind me. I can't do the window behind me in this room because my bed kind of like is in the way. And also it's just like a big giant forest is what I look at out my bedroom. So the backyard also a big giant forest, but you can see the lake and you can see the horses and people walking their dogs and the birds. Once she gets rolling, I'm going to go make a different beverage because this is coffee from this morning. It's not real good. I think I made it too strong, number one. And now it's like super cold. And I'm addicted to Earl Grey tea. So Earl Grey tea, for those of you who are tea drinkers, I try to drink some peppermint tea. It's good for the digestion. Black tea is good, although I can never make it quite right. It's always something's funky. John Gary, thank you for coming back. Nothing is going on now. I don't think since you were here the last time. I've been live for almost 3 hours.
The copies are still running while they are. I think I'm going to bring the jury in, check with them.
I think finally the jury's going to come in now, and I'm at the 2-hour, 48-minute mark. They went over some jury instructions, and then they left for like a 10-minute break that ended up being an hour, 20 minutes. So you missed a lot of me just rambling. And then they were actually entertaining the thought that maybe they'll just let the jury go home. And I'm like, holy crap, if this ends up being nothing all day long, I'm gonna be mad. But it looks like the judge said no, let's just push through because she had told the jurors to be there, and so I think they're gonna be let in. I think we're finally gonna get 2 closing arguments. Thank you for joining us, John Gary. You have missed nothing, basically, in the almost 3 hours. When did they reveal what is behind the Band-Aid? The Band-Aid. Oh, you know what? I was looking around on X. I think he has an offensive tattoo. I think they used that to cover up a tattoo on the back of his head. Or at least that's just when I was reading through some people's posts. I didn't see that originally, but I know actually tonight, for those of you who like to watch The Voice, I love The Voice. I actually did a live stream of the top 9 performances last week, and we started off on all 3 platforms and ended up on Rumble and Kick. And the people that did come in from Kick are like, I thought your live streams are like trials and documentaries. I'm like, yeah, I just thought I would do this because I wanted to watch it, so I'm never going to do that again. But tonight is the season finale. The top 5 finalists have their songs, and then tomorrow is the big reveal who's the winner of the season. But 2 seasons ago, Bodie was the runner-up. Oh my God, he's so good. Sometimes he likes and comments on my ex posts about him, and he's so talented. Oh my God. But he had said in one of his live streams that because he's got a lot of tattoos, and he has a G-U-N, a firearm tattoo on his arm, and for The Voice, you know, they let him show some of his tattoos, but that particular one, they would put makeup on. So that's why I'm assuming it must be that Band-Aid must just cover up some kind of offensive tattoo he has on the back of his head. Which, if you watch Rambo the Rapper's rap videos, perhaps we could see what's on the back of his head. Oh my gosh, people. You know, I like to talk, but I was getting kind of worried there.
All right, good afternoon.
I was starting to run out of material.
You know,
Although I
try
could have
so
shown
hard
you
to
my
make
2
things
mismatched
go as
slippers. I still
scheduled,
can't
and
find 2 that
sometimes it just
match.
doesn't happen. I can't tell you how much I hate it when you all are sitting there for that long. But I'm sure we were doing the best that we could. Is there anything that anybody needs to report with regards to the admonition? Did everybody get their phones over here? Okay. We have 1 juror missing, as you can see. What we understand is he's fine. I don't want you all to be worried about him, but we have gone ahead and excused him for health reasons. Also, Detective Tonelli, you'll see, is not here. With his permission, he has asked that I convey to you that he had to go out of state. His mother was having surgery, and we told him, you know, go ahead and go. We are going to move into the next phase of the trial. When we left Friday, the state had rested their case. Would the defense like to call any witnesses?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right. Would you all approach, please?
All right, so the detective that was on the stand on Friday, the one that I think he had like a pink shirt on. He was the one that gave the explanation of the whole backseat debacle. His mother was having surgery, so his testimony basically concluded as of Friday, like what they didn't get out, they didn't get out. Then the state rested after him. And again, this morning started about 3 hours ago with jury instructions. They went back and forth, and then they said they'd take a 10-minute break, which ended up being an hour-ish minutes.
Just a moment, you can have a seat. You need something else?
So the defense has no witnesses, nothing. Prosecution was the only one that brought any witnesses or testimony. Defense has nothing. They've already gone over the jury instructions. The jurors were just let back into the courtroom.
You could skip this ad,
YouTube wants to
but
give
don't
us
skip the
another
part that
friggin'
can help you get the job
commercial
done.
because they don't get enough
At Grainger,
revenue
we're here for you
otherwise.
with supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger.
FFS, if you know what I mean. So it appears now we are going to go right into closing arguments.
Deputy Mills. There should be 14 copies of instructions.
14 copies of instructions. So now they're probably going to go over jury instructions with the jurors and closing arguments. It is about 3 hours and, it's about 3:13 p.m. Eastern Time. And the lower left-hand corner of your screen is the YouTube chat in OBS. I don't know how to grab the chat and put it up on the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to instruct you on the law of the case. That's what you're getting a copy of, is your instructions as jurors. After I have instructed you, and that is a thing that I must do, is read through these all the way for all of you. After I have read the instructions, the attorneys will give closing arguments. Closing arguments, just like I told you in opening statements, are not evidence.
What did I say now? 13 pages of jury instructions?
Talk to you about how they sum up the evidence and recommend how you should find after closing arguments. Now, after closings, you will retire to the jury room, where the first thing you're going to do is select a foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations. It doesn't matter really who it is, as long as you all agree that that person will be the foreperson. The foreperson's copy of your instructions, it really doesn't matter, but you need to have one official copy. So generally the foreperson's copy will be the copy that you sign. There's no reason for the foreperson to sign any more than one copy, and that will be the copy that you return to the court. If you go back for deliberations and you have a question, please write it out and then knock on the door. There will be a deputy stationed outside the door of the deliberation room at all times. So if you have a question, you are allowed to ask questions. You would write it out, knock on the door or open the door, let the deputy know you have a question, and hand the deputy the paper, and then we will discuss it in here, and I may or may not answer your question. The same thing for when you reach a verdict. Just let the sheriff stationed outside your door know that you have reached a verdict, and we will bring you back in as soon as possible. Now, during deliberations, you can only talk to each other. The deputy will keep your phones. I'll give you a break before that if you need to call anybody and let them know that you might be here a while. If during your deliberations you need to use your phone or you have some kind of an emergency, please advise the sheriff. They, as I said, will be posted outside the door at all times. They will come and tell me and see if it is okay for you to use your phone. There are restrooms also in the area where the deliberation room is, so you don't need to leave for that purpose. All right, at this point I'm going to read the instructions to the jury. In the case of 16 CR 1891, Commonwealth versus Brice Rhodes, these are the jury instructions. Presumption of innocence. The law presumes a defendant to be innocent of a crime, and the indictment shall not be considered as evidence or as having any weight against him. You shall find the defendant, Brice Rhodes, not guilty, unless you are satisfied from the evidence alone and beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If upon the whole case you have a reasonable doubt that he is guilty, you shall find him not guilty. Unanimous verdict. The verdict of the jury must be in writing, must be unanimous, and must be signed by one of you as foreperson. You should use the form provided at the end of these instructions in writing your verdict. Right to remain silent. A defendant is not compelled to testify, and the fact that the defendant, Brice Rhodes, did not testify in this case cannot be used as an inference of guilt and should not prejudice him in any way. Tainted evidence. If you believe from the evidence that there existed certain items that were potential evidence and that the agents or employees of the Commonwealth unintentionally tampered with them, you may but are not required to weigh this evidence in favor of the defense. Definitions. Intentionally. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result or to conduct when his conscious objective is to cause that result or engage in that conduct. Wantonly. A person acts wantonly with respect to a result or to a circumstance when he is aware and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur or that the circumstance exists. The risk must be of such nature and degree that disregard thereof constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that a reasonable person would observe in the same situation. Complicity means that a person is guilty of an offense committed by another person when, with the intention of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense, he solicits, commands, or engages in a conspiracy with such other person to commit the offense, or aids, counsels, or attempts to aid such person in planning or committing the act. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency or official authorized to hear evidence under oath. Instruction number 1A, murder as to Christopher Jones. You shall find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 4th, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others by shooting him with a firearm. And B, that in so doing he caused the death of Christopher Jones intentionally, or that in so doing he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another, and thereby caused the death of Christopher Jones under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form number 1A. The verdict forms correspond with the instruction numbers. If you find Mr. Rhodes not guilty under this instruction, proceed to instruction number 1B. If you find Mr. Rhodes guilty under this instruction, the verdict form will also require you to make a determination as to whether or not you unanimously believe Mr. Rhodes acted intentionally or he acted wantonly, as those terms are defined herein. Please only answer yes if you all unanimously agree that his actions were intentional, as that word has been defined. There will be a further proceeding at which you will fix his punishment. Next, proceed to instruction 2A. Instruction 1B, second-degree manslaughter as to Christopher Jones. If you do not find the defendant, Brice Rhodes, guilty under instruction number 1A, you will find the defendant guilty of second-degree manslaughter under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 4th, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others by shooting him with a firearm. And B, that in so doing, he was acting wantonly, as that term is described in the definitions herein. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 1B, then move on to instruction 2A.
I'm starving like Marvin.
Instruction 2A,
Dr.
murder as
Pyrostein,
to
so maybe you
Maurice
should order a
Gordon.
second burger and eat it on my
You shall find the
behalf.
defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Maurice Gordon by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife. And B, that in so doing he caused the death of Maurice Gordon intentionally, or that in so doing he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another, and thereby caused the death of Maurice Gordon under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 2A. If you find Mr. Rhodes not guilty under this instruction, proceed to instruction 2B. If you find Mr. Rhodes guilty under this instruction, the verdict form will also require you to make a determination as to whether or not you unanimously believe Mr. Rhodes acted intentionally or he acted wantonly, as those terms are defined herein. Please only answer yes if you all unanimously agree that his actions were intentional, as that word has been defined. There will be a further proceeding at which you will fix his punishment. Next, proceed to instruction 3A. Instruction 2B, second-degree manslaughter as to Maurice Gordon. If you do not find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under either instruction number 2A, You will find the defendant guilty of second-degree manslaughter under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Maurice Gordon by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing he was acting wantonly as that term is described in the definitions herein. Please indicate your verdict using Form 2B, then move on to Instruction 3A. Instruction number 3A, murder as to Larry Ordway. You shall find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Larry Ordway by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing, he caused the death of Larry Ordway intentionally, or that in so doing, he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another, and thereby caused the death of Larry Ordway, under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 3A. If you find Mr. Rhodes not guilty under this instruction, proceed to instruction 3B. If you find Mr. Rhodes guilty under this instruction, the verdict form will also require you to make a determination as to whether or not you unanimously believe Mr. Rhodes acted intentionally or he acted wantonly, as those terms are defined herein. Please only answer yes if you all unanimously agree that his actions were intentional, as that word has been defined. There will be a further proceeding at which you will fix his punishment. Next, proceed to instruction 4. Instruction 3B, second-degree manslaughter as to Larry Ordway. If you do not find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under instruction 2A, that should be 3A, you will find the defendant guilty of second-degree manslaughter under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Larry Ordway by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing he was acting wantonly, as that term is described in the definitions herein. Please indicate your verdict using Form 3B, then move on to Instruction 4. Instruction 4, tampering with physical evidence. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of tampering with physical evidence under this instruction if, and only if, you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in Jefferson County on or about the 22nd day of May 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered items from 763 North Height, including a pink blanket, the knife, and or the backseat of the blue Mazda, and that in so doing he believes that an official proceeding may be pending or instituted against him, and he did so with the intent to impair the availability of the evidence at such a proceeding. Please indicate your verdict using Form 4, then move on to Instruction 5. Instruction 5, abuse of a corpse, Maurice Gordon. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of abuse of a corpse under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. That in Jefferson County on or about the 22nd day of May 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, placed the body of Maurice Gordon in a yard off an alley and attempted to burn it, and that he had no legal authority to do so, and that in so doing, he intentionally treated Maurice Gordon's body in a way that would outrage ordinary family sensibilities. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 5, then move on to Instruction 6. Instruction 6, abuse of a corpse, Larry Ordway. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of abuse of a corpse under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. You'll see there's a typo where the word following is written twice on this one and the one before. that in Jefferson County, on or about the 22nd day of May 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, placed the body of Larry Ordway in a yard off an alley and attempted to burn it, and that he had no legal authority to do so, and that in doing so, he intentionally treated Larry Ordway's body in a way that would outrage ordinary family sensibilities. Please indicate your verdict using Form 6. This is followed then, ladies and gentlemen, by a single verdict form for each instruction that I have just read to you. You will need to follow those instructions, and as I said, have the foreperson sign as appropriate in line with your verdicts. Now, we are going to have closing arguments. I expect that they will last until about 5:15 or so, maybe 5:30. Would anyone like to take 5 minutes to step outside and make any calls or anything that you might need to make?
Please,
Because
no more
once we're done with
breaks.
that, you'll go straight into deliberations. That's up to you all. It just depends, on how it goes. So, does anybody need to step out? All right, let's take 5 minutes. I'll have you come back at 3:35. Please remember the admonition.
Hello again. Hello again, it's me, your favorite true crime host, Shannon. Sometimes I'm called Shenanigans. Get it? Shannon Shenanigans. Sometimes I'm called... My kids started calling me Queen. I think that was like trending. Actually, this is kind of a funny story. When my daughter started dating, they're still in high school. The one, Lily's boyfriend, Truman, I think they're over 2 years now. But I remember I teased him. I had to send a message. I don't know. I think Lily had her phone taken away.
Am I okay? No.
Lily had her phone taken away for punishment. So the only way I could get a hold of her was to like if they were gone somewhere. Anyway, and so he's like, "Thanks so much, Shannon." I'm like, I don't know if Lily told you, but the kids call me Queen. He's like, "I'm so sorry. I won't forget," or something along that line. I said it as a joke. All right, so the map on the top here, I felt compelled to put that up. It is the okay, so the upper left-hand corner, 4082 River Park Drive. That's approximately the location that the bodies were found. The two bodies of the brothers, Maurice and Larry. Over to the upper right-hand corner is, I don't remember the exact address, but it's Height, H-I-T-E, not height like how tall you are. That's where the actual crime occurred. That was the condominium that the defendant's mother was renting, and apparently the mother and the sister were living there. And then 4817 Cliff Avenue, that's the home of the two brother victims' mother. So just kind of, I don't know, we had this up last week. Put that over here for now. And then if you're just tuning in, they're taking another 5-minute break before closing arguments. Day 5 of the Brice Rhodes trial started off with just an afternoon-only court session. They waffled through all of the jury instructions between the defense and the prosecution outside the presence of the jury for an hour-ish. Then they took what was supposed to be like a 10-minute break, which ended up being an hour and 20 minutes. So if you're watching this now and you're tuning in now is basically like the good part. The 3 hours and 14 minutes preceding this is aforementioned jury instruction, deliberation, followed by an hour and 20 minutes of Crime Spies. Shannon here just rambling incessantly. I also did want to put up, is it this? Okay, this is just kind of an overview before they begin. Oh, so the day started with okay, so last week, days 1 and 2, I actually live streamed them together because day 1 was very short. Day 2 was like normal length. Day 3 was normal length. Day 4, Friday was, if I remember right, it was morning only, no afternoon. Today's opposite. It's afternoon only, no morning. But this is just some bullet points I snipped together. Let's see where it begins. You know what? Hold on one moment. Wonder if I can. Aha. Use hotkeys to control. Which hotkey do I use? So I'll come back and it won't matter. Brice Rhodes, a local rapper and sex offender. I guess I didn't snip that very good. Brutally red rum, 2 teen brothers, Larry Ordway, 14, and Maurice Gordon, 16, on May 22nd, 2016. That's actually inaccurate. It was May 21st, 2016, and their bodies were found in the very, very early morning hours of May 22nd. That's when they were pronounced deceased, in Louisville, Kentucky. Rhodes had previous criminal charges, including armed robbery, criminal confinement, domestic A, and felony intimidation. He had served time and violated probation multiple times. That's the defendant. Rhodes made rap videos. His name was Rambo the Rapper, featuring neighborhood kids with fake firearms, including the 2 brothers he later killed. I think that's total BS because some of the pictures I have of the 2 brothers on their social media, those don't look fake to me. But, you know, I'm sure boys in the hood nowadays are very careful to make sure that any type of firearm they use in their rap videos is fake. Okay, let's see what happens when this happens. How do I get to the next slide? They don't tell me. Oh, for Pete's sake. Settings. Let's do an OBS tutorial while we're at it. Hotkeys. Oh, I can do hotkeys for all kinds of things. You can do that in StreamYard too. Transition. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow, this is super fancy. Here's the jury's coming back. Oh my gosh. I love OBS. Once you get used to it, I'm still not totally used to it. It's really good. Okay, well, never mind. So basically, in a nutshell, this is a triple murder triple murder trial. The first victim was a few weeks prior, May the 4th. And on May the 4th, they needed some money, so through the grapevine, they found out that they could do a hit for some cash. So they hopped in, Brice, the defendant here, the two brother victims, and then two other co-conspirators, hopped in the Mazda, the vehicle, Brice's vehicle, and, okay, their volume is not on. Hopped in a vehicle, went uptown, found who they thought was the person they were supposed to hit, Christopher Jones. Well, the person that I'm not sure what the name of the person they were going to hit was, but they came upon who now we know is Christopher Jones, age 40. Brice had the window open, pointed his firearm at him and said, "Hey, bitch, get out of the way," and shot him, and he subsequently died from his wound. No sound here either. Okay, so it's not Crime Spies' fault. Finally. Anyway, so that was May the 4th, 2016. The two brothers then, a few weeks later, had been talking to their mother, who, according to the defense attorney here, now he comes.
The day you built it, maybe the next day.
At the volume all the way up.
The sun came out.
On both.
When the sun came out, that fort that appeared to be so strong, it looked like it would never collapse, never fall down. Every single time it did. Every time. The Commonwealth, in this case, bears a heavy burden. They admitted it in their opening. They bear the burden to prove to you every element beyond a reasonable doubt. And at times, they have seemed to have built the strongest, toughest fort that was going to last forever. I want to suggest to you that when you look at it and really think about it, it isn't so. Your job, and we talked a little bit about this when we were selecting the jury, it's not just one thing, it's multiple things. The most important thing that you do is you try to make sense from this witness stand of what really happened. You take the pieces of evidence that you have, and you evaluate them.
Okay, they're monkeying with it. It's getting
Decide
better.
which parts have credibility, which parts don't. When you're thinking about their case, and you're thinking about what they proved beyond a reasonable doubt, that's what you have to go from. The evidence that you actually heard from the witness stand. Because the other part of your job, and there's a reason there's 12 of you, right? Because you caught something, and maybe you missed something. You caught something else, maybe you missed something else. And that's why you get to talk, right? You're not going to do separate analysis. You sit in a room together, and you have your notes. Some of you took a lot of notes, some of you took a little notes. That's up to you, right? That's your business. But you get to talk to each other, and you'll have the instructions from the court. And the instructions from the court are very important. That's why not only does the judge read them out loud, but each of you gets a copy. Those represent the actual law, the law that matters in this case. And then you get to do something that's sort of amazing, really. you get to apply the facts of this case to the law. That's part 2 of your job. You get to say, okay, now we've decided what happened. We've done the best we can to figure it out, right? And now we look and we say, did the prosecutor, did they meet their burden? Did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt? And then if they did, what did they prove? Because as the court read to you, there are multiple possible options. And then you're the ones who choose. Now, I'm going to talk to you for a little while, tell you what I saw, what I observed, what I think. The prosecutor's going to get up and do this exact same thing. Okay? What I say is not evidence. The prosecutor says it's not evidence. What you heard in the witness stand, that's the evidence. So let's talk about credibility for a second. You really heard 2 types of evidence in this case. You heard evidence, you heard a lot of evidence from either police or people who work with the police. And then you also heard evidence from the other suspects. I'm going to talk about those separately. So because I want to be clear. I want to try and be as clear as I possibly can.
Just started. There's a little trouble with the volume in the beginning, and it just got fixed literally like a minute ago.
There were a lot of witnesses who either were police or worked with the police. And they told you little pieces, really. No, there's a little piece, sort of like a puzzle. Little piece here, little piece there. Sometimes they fit, sometimes they don't. The prosecutor's going to tell you that they all fit. It all makes sense. It's clear, crystal clear. It's not. And you know them. You sat in this room. You heard the evidence from that witness stand. In their opening, the prosecutor talked about, and I want to get this right because I wrote it down, a monstrous bloody scene. I think those are the exact words the prosecutor used. Monstrous bloody scene. But we heard from the witness stand that was not true. What we heard from the witness stand is that there was an entire bunch of officers with a search warrant who can look at whatever they want that's on that search warrant, right? And went in the scene in Hyde Avenue, right, where we heard a lot of evidence. And they walked through and they didn't see much of anything. They walked through and they left. They took off and were gone for, though there was a little quibbling about it, it was about an hour and 45 minutes, something like that, before they decided they were coming back for the new search warrant, right? This was no monstrous bloody scene, blood everywhere, any of that sort of stuff. And we know that from the actual testimony we heard in the witness stand. But that's not what the prosecutors want you to think. They want you to picture it differently. I'm going to ask you to remember. Remember what the real evidence was from this real witness stand. We heard that the police weren't even able to videotape the scene. It sure would have been helpful for all of you. It would have been helpful to me. If there had been a videotape showing us what it really looked like that first time they went in, or the second time they went in. They said they had new evidence. They're going back 2 hours later, approximately. And on the third day of trial, we get handed a videotape. The missing videotape, which is completely, utterly black. Doesn't show that. That's not helpful. That doesn't help you. Doesn't help me. Doesn't help anyone understand anything. All right? It's important to remember what you actually saw, what we actually learned from the witness stand. You know, there was, right here, these photos that I tried so hard to find the other day. Found them in advance. You know, there was all the testimony. We saw it on the big screen. This dramatic, lighten up blue. And that's the drama. and you see it, and it has colors and lights. But the actual testimony is that none of this was blood. I'm going to suggest to you, that's smoke and mirrors. I don't know what showing you these photos where stuff lights up and then it turns out it's actually not evidence. That is not helpful. It's like anti-evidence. That is not something that is useful or helpful, and it definitely is not something that helps them prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the opposite. But it is concerning when people get on the stand and they talk about their degrees and they talk about how hard they worked and they did these things, and then they act like they found something when they really didn't. It's always weird when to stand up here and beat up on the police, right? Police do good things, they also do bad things. We know it, right? We all know it. Anybody reads the newspaper knows it. They're not perfect, they're not completely imperfect. But the important part, the part that matters to us here, is what they did in this case, what they didn't do. I don't know, maybe it's normal to not do a report for 2 years. Try and do it from memory 2 years later, all this time later, try and get those facts, and then come into court and act like they know what happened. Maybe that's normal. Seems a little bit weird to me. But we know from this witness stand that that's the sort of thing that was happening in this case. That one officer said when he had to fix something in his report, he went and did an addendum and typed it all up and showed right up. That first detective who talked to us said it's impossible. Once it's down there, it just stays there. And that was his explanation for how he made a big mistake. How he said there were 6 shots when there was actually 1 shot. He said, I couldn't possibly go back in and fix it. It's been 7 years. Couldn't possibly do another report that explained something as important as 6 shots, 1 shot. I know that's not 6. I don't have 6 fingers. But what are some of the other things, some of the really big things, some of the very important things that were alluded to but not really explained from this witness stand? They told you, multiple witnesses, most recently Detective Tennant, but multiple witnesses told you that there were other adults at Hyde Avenue that night. Detective Tonelli said there was the dark-skinned man and the light-skinned man. There was also a Caucasian woman. I think they finally sort of agreed that the Caucasian woman had left before much happened, maybe, but she had been there. They're unable to figure out who this person was. It is confusing to me why, when they have Carter and Taylor, and we're going to talk a lot more about Carter and Taylor, why Carter and Taylor couldn't inform the police who this missing woman was. I would have liked to hear from her. I would like to know. I have investigators who work for me. If the police don't want to interview her, I want to interview her. I want to know what she has to say. Because I don't think that what we heard on the witness stand about Hyde Avenue is honest. I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's credible. I don't think it's true. But we don't get to hear that. But we also heard about the light-skinned man and the dark-skinned man. Now, Detective Tonelli said, well, we just never were able to figure out who the light-skinned man was. I can't invent somebody. Remember? Friday just happened, right? It's Friday. But he didn't say he didn't know who the dark-skinned man was. In fact, he told us who the dark-skinned man was. Why in the world was that man not on this witness stand? There's another eyewitness to all of this. And he knows who he is. And we never heard him. Never heard what he had to say. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Just gone. The police were picking and choosing. The government was picking and choosing what they showed you in this courtroom. Now, the police had already decided who they wanted to charge. They already had their guy. And no matter what you think about the police, good, bad, he strikes me as someone who had made a decision and decided he was going to charge Brice Rhodes no matter what. And then he did. And then he has stuck to it no matter what. I want to suggest to you that that is not the way our legal system is supposed to work. The good news is that final 12, I know it's 14 of you now, who sit on this case act as a check to that. Because no matter what the police think for the last 7 years, no matter what they did for the last 7 years, no matter what the prosecution thinks, it's your verdict that counts. You know, when we're talking about things in this case that don't make sense, it's funny, I have kids. After a while, when your kids do or say the same goofball stuff, after a while it seems normal to you. My kids pronounce the words, I love you, a la boo. That's just how they pronounce it. After a while, it seems normal to me. I type it. It's like a made-up word, just for my family. Right? That's normal to me. That may sound like a strange thing to say, but what I want to explain is that the folks involved in this case have been hearing the same story over and over and over again. And after a while, it just starts to, it must make sense. I've heard it for 7 years. The death of Christopher Jones does not make any sense. I hope with your fresh sets of eyes and your ears, you heard that. And the first time you heard it, said, what? What? This doesn't make any sense at all. It's a fake or made up hit on someone where maybe the wrong person gets, it doesn't make any sense. This is not a plan. What kind of a plan is that? They couldn't make it make sense on the witness stand, and they tried a little bit. And then, when it wouldn't make sense, they just passed the buck. But you know what it does sound like? It sounds like the sort of story, sort of explanation that would get cooked up by two teenagers when they're trying to come up with some version that makes them look a little bit good. Or maybe I should say less bad. Doesn't make any sense. And when I say two teenagers, of course, I'm talking about Taylor and Carter, two cousins, two people who had an opportunity, time to come up with something, both before their arrest and then time after the arrest. talk about this car seat. I don't even know what to say about the car seat. It's so bizarre, it stands out like a sore thumb. But when the prosecutor's trying to say, our police officers, had the highest level of integrity and honesty and professionalism, and you should take for granted all of the testing and all the evidence they collected, I want to suggest to you that the car seat really explains why you should not. We certainly don't have a car seat. We don't have one in this courtroom. You never saw one. I never saw one.
Oh, the car seat again.
But the police, under oath, said, we got a car seat. Said it a couple weeks later. Then a month after that, they were under oath again. And they said, we got the car seat. And they're writing, Detective Tonelli says, write this police report. After that, he's got a car seat. Now, I know he's saying there's a lot of evidence, it's hard work, can't know everything all the time. I hear that. But there's a few problems with it. One is that when somebody testifies under oath, like in this trial, to you, you have to be able to rely on it. That's why we have people testify under oath. They're supposed to get it right. It is their job to get it right. And if they don't get it right the first time, we certainly expect them to get it right the second time. If they don't get it right the second time, we don't expect them to put it in their police report, which gets sent to all of us, so we can do our job, so we can have the evidence, so we can explain everything as best we can to you. But that's not really the part that's a shocker. The part that's a shocker is 3 years later. You can have all the excuses about overwork and lots to do and everything, and I'm sorry I testified incorrectly under oath, and I'm sorry I testified incorrectly under oath again, and I'm sorry I put it in that report and I didn't fix it. But none of that holds water 3 years later. He said, I didn't realize until the fall of 2016. Okay. This is going to be up to you to decide how much slack you want to cut it. It is. It's not me. It's you. But I'll tell you this. 3 years later, in this courtroom, when he tells a judge, a different judge, but a judge in this case, we've had cases going so long, we have had changing judges. When he tells a judge in the courtroom, when we're having a whole big hearing, like you heard, on all the evidence, what's the biggest piece of evidence? He says, well, I guess it's going to be the big car seat that I bring up here. He told you under oath that he didn't realize what was really going on until the fall of 2016. How can that be correct when he's still saying we got the car seat in 2019? The prosecutor may get up here and say, everybody's overworked and sometimes people are sloppy. Sometimes the police are sloppy. If that's the case, what else was done sloppy? If sloppiness goes to the point of incorrect testimony under oath, how can we judge the credibility of the evidence that you have seen? It raises serious doubts about the credibility. judge even read an instruction that went to you about tainted evidence in this case. It's not just the defense attorney up here talking to hear himself talk. Right? That's the law from the judge in this case. But what I want to talk to you about, what I think the most important thing in this police investigation, part that literally woke me up last night thinking about it. It's not the car seat. It's not. They probably thought it'd be the car seat, but it's not. Do you know what I really would like to know, and what I think all of you have a right to know? I want to know about that truck. That burned truck. That stolen truck. I want to know a lot about that truck. Where was that truck stolen? I want to know when it got burned. I want to know where it got burned. And most importantly, I want to know why it got burned. Because I'll tell you, there was an awful lot of mud thrown at Brice during this trial. But nobody ever tried to say he stole the truck, drove the truck, he burned the truck. You never heard those words from anybody. From anybody. Why in the world did that truck get burned? And why don't I know more about it? Why don't you know more about it? Why didn't we hear more about it? Why didn't the police seem to care about it? So what do we know? What do we know under oath from this witness chair? Well, we know that Carter said he stole it. We know that Carter and Taylor said that he stole it and drove it on the night of Christopher Jones' murder. But we also heard Carter say that he hit Jones with the truck. Now, the ME talked about blunt force injury. I don't know if that's from the truck or not. I have no idea. I know he had blunt force injury to his head. It might be, it might not be. I don't know. Prosecutor may have some opinions about that. They may not. I don't know. But he had an injury to his head. But what I do know is that Carter said he hit him with the truck. He said he hit him while he was down on the ground with the truck. He said he ran him over. The prosecutor asked him, I don't remember the exact question. He asked him something along the lines of, well, you know, by mistake. And he said, no, I hit him with the truck on purpose. That's the prosecutor's witness. That's the believable, credible person the prosecutor has put on this witness stand, is a guy who said he hit poor Mr. Jones while he's on the ground with a truck. For what reason? I don't know. I have no idea. I think the prosecutor didn't know he was going to say that. I certainly didn't know he was going to say that. We know that about the truck. Do you really want to know what I want to know about that truck? I want to know if Maurice Gordon or Larry Ordway's DNA from that truck. Because you remember from what we heard from the witness stand, their DNA was not in the Mazda. There's so much talk about this Mazda. Their DNA wasn't in the Mazda. But from what I heard, there's this truck being driven by someone who has confessed to being involved that is burned. We don't know why. We don't know when. And that never got tested. I want to suggest to you that maybe that truck is actually what was driving the two bodies of those young men around. Does that sound like idle speculation? I don't know that it is. Because why did he burn that truck? That night, there's all this talk about people trying to burn evidence, right? Was the truck burned the same night? The perfect and logical reason for burning the truck would be, in fact, that it had been used to transport the bodies of those two young men. Think about the story that Taylor and Carter told about how the bodies were removed from the house. Now listen to it again. They're put in totes, those big blue bins. That's what they described. One of them said the sort of thing you put your Christmas ornaments in. If it's big enough to fit a person, it's not going to fit in the trunk of a Mazda. And we don't have a Mazda. I wish we did. Go home with it, open the trunk, take out a tote, try and fit it in. But we don't have that. But use your common sense. If all of you have had a car, anything like that, those big totes don't fit. And they're certainly not going to fit two in the back. But you know what they fit in real easy? Back of the pickup truck. No problem. No problem. So you get to decide completely if all the things I just said don't matter. You get to decide. You're completely empowered to do so, right? But I'm going to suggest to you that they're worthy of discussion. They're worthy of discussion because the story you heard from Taylor and from Carter, I don't think is possible. It doesn't make sense. But the part that really bothers me is the lack of investigation and follow-up by the police of the truck. And I want to suggest to you that I believe it's because they had just decided who they wanted to charge. They had decided and they were charging, and that's it. And since he's not associated with this truck, they're not investigating the truck. That's not the way it should work. It's not the way it should work, and it's not the way evidence is supposed to come into this courtroom so that it can be explained to you so that you can do your job. So let's talk for a second about Taylor and Carter specifically. They're cousins. It means they know each other, they're tight. They said they were. They said they were close. How can we evaluate their credibility? Well, one way is, do their stories change? Well, yes, we know they do. The police and prosecutors admit they do. They admitted that they did. There is no question that Carter and Taylor lied. The police are just saying that they like the last version, but that one's not a lie. But there's no question that they lied. There's no question they changed their story. They admitted they did. The police admitted they did. The prosecutor admitted they did. They changed their story. And that's one of the things that we look at and think about when we're trying to figure out if someone is credible, if someone's being honest. Do they change their story? We know that specifically they lied. That's another thing we look at. Not just a changed version, but a full-blown admitted lie. They admitted on the stand that they had lied. They said they were telling the truth on the stand, but they admitted they had lied in the past. know it's nonsense? We know it's nonsense because when he first came in here, he refused to say a thing. If he is so gung-ho to tell you that's why he's here, he's going to do the right thing and say the right thing, then why did he refuse to say anything while you sat here? You had to leave the courtroom. He's still on the witness stand after you came back. Remember what he said? I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. He had to be threatened in order to answer questions. That is not somebody who's just in here trying to help, just in here to do the right thing. He's doing the opposite. What he admitted when I asked him was he actually didn't ever want to be in a courtroom like this. And he didn't ever want to tell anyone because he didn't think he was going to get caught. It's going to be up to you to judge the credibility of that witness. But I want to suggest that he's not credible. He's not. He came in and told you is not credible. And neither was Carter. Now, ironically, maybe you say, well, if Carter wasn't telling the truth, he wouldn't have admitted he hit some guy with a truck. I don't know what he was thinking in this courtroom. Incarcerated, he was the guy who had, came in incarcerated, right, testified. Think about some of the other just cold things that Carter said. Said he hit Mr. Jones on purpose with a truck, no reason. When he was holding a cell phone that he stole from somebody he helped kill, or maybe just killed, he got phone calls. He got phone calls from that young man's mother. And he kept the phone. And he just lied to her. So they're sleeping over. He actually said, when asked, I didn't care about her. That may not be an exact quote. That's what he said. He said, I think he might have said, I wasn't worried about her. That's the prosecutor's witness. These are the prosecutor's star witnesses. Confessed, admitted, actual murderers. Their final version is the best of the best. Their final version is, we participated in murders. That's the winner in the contest. They would have said anything the police wanted them to say in order to get out. And they both admitted that their testimony in this courtroom was so they could still have their deal. That's why they're here. But I want to highlight 4 things. Put them up here on this chart. Those 4 things I think are very important. I could have gone back through the versions they gave the police, the 126-page version, which is all nonsense. This is all basically jackknife. And then their later version, and the later version. But to be honest, at some point, I think it just gives everybody a headache. We have a headache already. Here's what I did. I went back through only what they said in this courtroom. Only what they said under oath in this courtroom to you, Carter and Taylor. And I picked out 4 things. Why are they important? Because they both are claiming they're telling you the truth under oath. They say the opposite. So when you're judging the credibility, even if all you judge them from is what they said under oath to you in this courtroom, they're not credible. I'm going to tell you what those 4 things are. The first thing, I'm going to put Carter here. And Judge, if you need me to pivot this so you can see it.
It's okay, thank you.
Carter was the person who testified first. It's N1. Here I'm going to put Taylor. Mr. Taylor testified at the end of the day on Thursday. The first thing that they testified to you about under oath that they disagreed about, we just talked about, but I think it's worthy of the list. Carter said that he hit Mr. Jones with a truck. Taylor said no, he didn't. He got asked. He said, no, that didn't happen. Mr. Jones with the truck. And the person who was driving the truck, Mr. We already talked about why I think that's important, because I think the truck's important. But let's talk about a different fact, and one that hopefully jumped out to you folks. The gun that was used, according to the testimony in this courtroom, to shoot Mr. Jones. Mr. Carter was asked, point blank, where was that gun purchased? I can't ask you. I'm going to tell you what he said. What he said is, it was purchased in a trailer park. Said that under oath in this courtroom right there. And what Mr. Taylor said? Taylor said, I purchased it at the home of Larry and Maurice. Same gun, same day. Both prosecution witnesses under oath. There's no wiggle room there. One of those two, I'm going to write it up here. Specifically, he said he purchased it from a relative, Larry Maurice. We don't know all the details of that purchase. But I was surprised when under oath the prosecution's second witness had a completely different version of those. Not some far-off 7-year-ago statement. Folks, we're talking about Tuesday and Thursday. No, Wednesday and Thursday. Those statements are made 24 hours apart. Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying to everybody in this courtroom, and most importantly, that means they're lying to you. Prosecutor may say this next one doesn't matter. I think it does. Remember all the testimony about the vote? I'm going to call it a vote. I'm not quibble about the vote. It's people talking about whether or not someone is going to be killed according to the testimony. Pretty serious stuff. The kind of thing that you want to get right if you're testifying about the details. Carter said that he was the only one who said no. And he was asked specifically about Taylor. And he said, Taylor voted for death. Now, Taylor didn't even mention it when the prosecutors were asking the questions. He didn't even bring up the conversation. When I asked him about it, he didn't want to call it a vote. Don't call it a vote. I don't care what you want to label it. But he didn't want to talk about it at all. When push came to shove, he testified under oath that he voted for life.
This holiday season, it's going to be busy. It's going to be emotional, but it's going to be worth it. With McCormick, it's going to be great.
Oh my God, they wouldn't even let me skip that commercial.
Why do you think Mr. Taylor didn't want to tell you what really happened? Maybe it's because Maurice threatened him with a knife. Remember what Mr. Taylor told you about that knife? Mr. Taylor said the same knife he got threatened with by the victim was the one he held in his hand when he stabbed the victim. Same knife. Mr. Taylor have something to hide? Yes, he does. He admitted it. He was angry. Of all of the testimony, he's the one with an actual motive to do violence on that night. And the last, but very significant difference is about those Timberland boots. The boots. What did Carter tell you? Carter said Taylor stole boots off one of the victims. That's what he said. Taylor stole boots. But I bet you remember what Taylor said. And I bet you remember because I bugged him about it and asked him about 12 questions about it. That he said, I didn't steal any boots, those were mine. Taylor said they were his. He didn't steal anything. Those were his. You know the problem with that? No matter how much these guys put their heads together and came up with a story, they did it 7 years ago. They did it 7 years ago. Their story from 7 years ago is going to have pieces that they never talked about. And also, 7 years is a long time. We'll lose a few pieces here and there. Funny thing about the truth, you don't have to hold on to that quite the same way. You know, if somebody tells me a story and it's true, I'm going to expect that if they tell me that same story 5 years down the road, it's going to be pretty much the same. Now, that I might ask it different. They might tell it a little bit different, but it's not going to have these sorts of whoppers. And you know what else they didn't have the benefit of when they were putting their story together? They didn't have the forensics reports. Because when Mr. Taylor is saying, I didn't steal those, I own those are mine. Detective Vance told you that they belong to the victim, right? I asked Detective Vance, I said, Mr. Carter had an item that belonged to the victim. He had the phone. Detective Vance said, yes. I said to Detective Vance, Mr. Taylor had an item that belonged to the victims. He had these shoes. Detective Vance said, yes. Then I said, and Brice Rhodes didn't have anything that belonged to the victim. Detective Vance said, yeah, that's right. He didn't. But what else do we know about those boots? We know they were tested for DNA. They were tested in multiple spots. We heard the testimony from the DNA folks. And guess what? Mr. Taylor's DNA isn't on his own boots. Oops. It's on his boots. Stolen. Just like Detective Vance said. He's in here trying to look good. He's in here trying to protect himself and cover himself. And he doesn't want to tell you the truth. When you're evaluating the credibility of the witnesses that you heard from this witness stand, remember these things. Testimony under oath spoken to you within 1 day. And it can't be true. They can't both be true. We already talked about Mr. Taylor and the knife. You know why they're in here? They're in here because of these. Now you'll have copies of these. These are yours, right? Everything that got marked as exhibits. It's mostly a lot of photographs, to be honest. And these are going to go back, and you can have them. You can look at them as much as you want, right? But I want to suggest to you that you really do look at them. Okay. Those two witnesses, the ones who confessed to being part of murders, 3, who we know lied. Nonetheless, this shows what they were looking at was up to life in prison on each murder, on each one, looking up to life. And what did they get? Because they're willing to come in here, they're willing to say, the police wanted them to say, in this courtroom, it got reduced from life in prison for each murder to 5 years. 5 years. That's a pretty big drop. That's a pretty big motivation. Just to make sure that they stayed motivated. In this document, it says, even after you serve your time, and you're out, and you're done, you still have to come back to this courtroom, and you still have to testify under oath. And if we don't like it, we want to say that we don't think you told the truth, if we can convince a judge that you didn't tell the truth, then you're back at life in prison. Times 3. So you better do your job and get in here and say what you got to say. It's in black and white. So all of this, we're talking about credibility, all of this matters. Because you're going to have to decide whether or not the prosecutor really proved beyond a reasonable doubt their case. So I want to stop for a second. Why do we even have that? Why does that matter? Why is that the rule? We have that rule because there used to be a time that the police and the prosecutors could literally go out and grab somebody if they didn't like them. Grab them if they just thought that they were guilty. And then they were stopped. There are legal systems where you are presumed guilty and you have to prove you're innocent. That's horrible. And one of them is Iran. I don't ever want to get arrested in Iran. I have nothing against the country per se, but that legal system, I don't want anything to do with it. For a variety of reasons. Imagine how horrible it would be if the police got to say, I think you, I don't said, I think you did it. This is what we think. And from now on, you're in jail forever. So you can prove you didn't.
God, the mucus, please.
How horrible is that? We made a choice in this country, and we live by it, and we have excelled because of it. That the government doesn't just get to do whatever they want and charge whoever they want and arrest whoever they want. Because when they do, it may take 7 years, but finally they end up here. And they end up with you. You are here to make sure that it's not a guess. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not a maybe. It's not a probably. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I'm not going to try and tell you what a reasonable doubt is. I'm not going to try and define it. That's up to you to decide. But it's a big deal. It matters. If it didn't matter, you wouldn't be here. I'm going to ask you to remember all the way back, and I said it once before, that there are two jobs. When you go back into that jury room, your first job is going to be to figure out the best you can what the prosecutor proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Then, and I'm not going to, the judge will read them all. I'm not going to read them at you. I'm not going to, you guys can all read them if you want to. Fine. But to apply the law and the instructions to what you believe the prosecutor proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not suggesting that's easy. Right? It may take a while. I don't know. It's going to be up to you. It's going to be up to how the foreperson, frankly, runs the show back there a little bit. But I have complete faith that you have. I've watched. You're all paying attention, taking notes. I think that you will do both halves of the job back there. And I appreciate that you're going to do it. I'm going to ask you when you're doing that to remember the credibility of the folks who testified, and remember all the other things you know about the investigation. Things can't be, shouldn't be taken at face value. In the final analysis, the prosecution did not meet their burden. I think the police always assume, the government assumes, that if they can put on a big enough show, bring in enough people, that the jurors will just fall in line. Don't do that. You make your own decision, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. But you're more than just pawns for the police. You're the jurors in this case. And what you do matters. In the final analysis, the prosecution did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of an intentional murder that involves Brice Rhodes. They did not. Now, if you look at those instructions, in there, it's a definition of want. It's a word that probably none of us ever use, but it's a word in our language, and the law likes it. So that's why it's there, and you get a definition of it. Trying to make more sense out of it. That one's a little bit more wide open because it covers an awful lot more territory. Just because it's wide open and may seem more like the prosecutor met their burden there, does not mean they did. You will decide. And there are two different offenses that both require wanton rather than intentional. Again, that's all written down. The judge read it. You can look at it as long as you want. And hopefully it will make sense. There's 12 of you. That's how it doesn't make sense to one person, it makes sense to somebody else. But I'm going to ask you, when you go back into the room, think about all the evidence you heard from this stand. Think about the lack of credibility of so much of that evidence. I'm going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Griffiths, thank you. Ms. Jones-Brown, would the state like to make a closing argument? No.
Okay, here's me. Brace yourselves. Mucus person, if you are watching Crime Spies right now on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick, can you maybe mute your mucus?
Sorry, I'm gonna have some squeaky noise.
Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it was Brice Rhodes who decided that Christopher Jones was going to die that night. It was Brice Rhodes who shot him. It was Brice Rhodes who decided that Larry and Maurice had to go. It was Brice Rhodes who stabbed them over and over and over. It was Brice Rhodes who gave the knife to Anwan Carter, to Ja'Cory Taylor, to Tieran Coleman, to the unknown man, to make sure they were all in it. He learned his lesson last time about people talking.
Oh, she's got the same thing.
It was Brice Rhodes who took those bodies to River Park and burned them. There are so many profoundly tragic parts of this case. I don't know which is the worst. There's Christopher Jones, father of three, crossing the street in the West End. Nothing to do with any of this. Shot dead for the stupidest of reasons. Larry and Maurice, killed because they did what we would want any teen to do in this circumstance. Go to your mom. These four children, so desperate for adult male guidance that they keep hanging out with Brice Rhodes even after they became scared of him because of Christopher Jones's murder. There's Ja'Cory, who had nowhere else to go, sleeping in stairwells, going over there even when he didn't want to, because that was a place where he could spend the night.
Seeing that right
Maurice
there.
tied up with a sock in his mouth.
The other day.
Bound, knowing his little brother's in the bathroom. There's Larry stuck in the bathroom, not knowing what's going on outside, we hope. And then Larry struggling when he comes out and sees the blood on the floor. Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor feeling they have no other option but to follow the orders of that man who forced them to participate in the murder of their best friends. Forced them to clean up after, forced them into this life that they now have. Arrest, prosecution, juvenile custody, adult custody, felony convictions, prison, having to come to court and testify. That is what this man has done to this entire group of children. Now, how do you know, based on the evidence presented here, that Brice Rhodes is guilty? A lot of it does have to do with the statements of Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, but their statements were corroborated by other evidence in this case. So let's go over what we have. First of all, this case is charged in complicity, and you'll have this definition with you. It's on your jury instructions. But it means that you don't have to worry about who stabbed the fatal stab. If you believe that Brice Rhodes orchestrated this, if you believe that he was in on it, if you believe that he was commanding or soliciting or engaging in conspiracy with them, you don't have to worry about what stab wound killed them. He is guilty of the whole act. To return to how do we know he is guilty, we will start with the murder of Christopher Jones. Now, Anwan Carter told you he was following behind the blue Mazda. He knew that Rhodes was in the driver's seat, or the driver's side rear seat. He saw Rhodes shoot out the window and kill Mr. Jones. He admitted, Mr. Carter did, that he drove over Mr. Jones. And Dr. Lippincott told you that there was a wound on the head, a bruising that could be consistent. We don't know if that head bruising was caused by running over. But whether it was intentional or not, we know that Mr. Jones would not have been in that road lying prone to get run over by the pickup truck if Brice Rhodes hadn't just shot him. So again, complicity, he's in it. Now, Jacory Taylor told you he was right next to Rhodes, inside the Mazda when Rhodes shot and killed Christopher Jones.
Stop the car. You see somebody in the middle of the street. And Brice told him, you understand. Shot him.
Who shot him?
Brice.
Brice Rhodes shot him. Jacory Taylor told you he saw Brice Rhodes shoot him. Now, both of them described the Mazda in front, the pickup truck behind, and you saw on the Ring video that Detective Griffin found on the block that night, from that night, that there is a small car driving past, immediately followed by a pickup truck. And that tells you that they're not making this up. Jacory and Anwan aren't making this up. Again, the shots that night, the one shot followed by 5, you heard that came in on the 911 call. Somebody said 1 shot followed by 5. Anwan Carter told you that after Brice Rhodes shot Christopher Jones, they drove down the block a little way and he fired off about 5 shots at a house. 1 shot followed by 5. Now, the defense pressured Detective Griffin on, why didn't you change the report when you only found 1 casing on the street? This is an example of why you don't change a report. Because it is a fact that the 911 call came in that way. Then later they talked to Anwan Carter. They find out why there are 5 shots following. And this goes to show that they're not making this story up. Anwan Carter was there that night. He wouldn't have known about the 1 shot followed by 5 that came in on the 911 call unless he was there. Now, this, he was in front. Jacory was in front in the Mazda. I don't know if he turned around, saw what was happening, and it makes total sense that he wouldn't have seen. He just saw Brice Rhodes kill a man. Makes total sense that he didn't turn around and see what Anwan Carter did with that car. So we know that they were there. I guess the defense wants you to believe that these kids just, took a Mazda and a pickup truck over there to commit this murder for no reason? That's what doesn't make sense. 15 years old, Larry was 14. So Larry 14, Anwan 15. Then you have Maurice 16, Jacory 17. But these 4 teenagers drove over there. They were there because Brice Rhodes brought them there. And the rest of the story doesn't make sense except how they told it. Larry and Maurice started telling their mother Brice Rhodes was mad about it and he killed them for it. This crime had an effect on these kids, as Jacory told you.
He knows a lot about get shot. I'm not gonna lie, because I was doing this him too. He was also
You were scared? The words and emotions of Jacory Taylor, now age 25, having been to prison, having lived 7.5 years since that day. It affected him. It affected Maurice and Larry. And the defense pointed out that when Jacory Taylor first came in here, he wouldn't testify. He started to, then he stopped. It took a while. As they said, he was threatened, but that was with contempt of court, the same thing any witness has to abide by. You come in here, you have to testify when you're under subpoena. He was here for what is possibly the scariest thing that happens to anyone, to come into a courtroom, to talk about what happened, tell about something that's horrific, public speaking. And he had to do it in front of the defendant and in front of the families of the victims. So it is no wonder that he was scared, that he was emotional, that it took him a while to get there. So they were scared. Larry and Maurice told their mom. What did he tell you he wanted to do to them? Brice Rhodes said, we got to kill him. And we'll talk about the instructions later on, but this is how you know it's an intentional murder. He told them they were going to go kill somebody with a price. It ended up being Christopher Jones. And look, we have no reason to think that Christopher Jones had a price on his head, and I'm not saying that the person who did have a price on his head, if that person exists, deserved to die either. No one deserved to die that night. But he told that there was a person with a price on their head, and that's why they were going down there to collect this money. You heard from Anwar and Jacory that the money was never distributed, so we don't have any proof whatsoever that Mr. Jones was anything but crossing the street. But that was Brice Rhodes' intent, to kill Christopher Jones, and this is his intent, to kill Larry and Maurice because they were telling. All right, now we come to Saturday, May 21st. Christopher Jensen told you that Rhodes borrowed his car that day, the Dodge Charger. Rhodes admitted in a statement that he probably was in front of Larry and Maurice's house in that car. Later, you have Jacory Taylor and Amon Carter riding around with Q. They stop by Maurice and Larry's. Boys aren't home. They eventually head over to Rhodes's. Q drops them off. Imagine how relieved Q is that he decided not to go in there that night. So Anwan and Jacory arrive. Everything's fine at first. People present are Rhodes, Larry, Maurice, Tieran Coleman, unknown male, unknown female. I have a few things to say about that while we're here. The unknown female and the unknown male have never been identified because Detective Tonelli has nothing to go on with their complexion and their gender. These were a 15-year-old and 17-year-old witnesses at the time. They went into a house. They weren't introduced enough that they retained names from this situation, if they were introduced at all. Hung out with these people. Female left. The other guy stayed, but they couldn't describe him than light-skinned male. So Detective Tonelli can certainly not go rounding up every white female and every light-skinned male in this county, nor do we want him to. He could not continue that investigation without more to go on. But Anwan Carter was able to give him more about Tyrone Coleman. At the time, he was describing him as a dark-skinned male and was able to point out a rap video, local rap video, that fellow had appeared in. So based on that, Detective Tonelli was able to build a photo pack, show Anwan Carter, he identified it, and then the investigation into Tyrone Coleman took off. So with enough information, of course, he continued the investigation. He would have liked to have done it with the other individual, but he did not have that extra clue as to what direction to take the investigation in. Now, Tyrone Coleman is obviously not here. You know that his case is being handled separately. If you believe the rest of this beyond a reasonable doubt, then that's one of those things I talked about in voir dire. Sometimes you do have questions. You're sitting there in the jury room, you might be like, well, I really would like to know why Tyrone Coleman wasn't there. If it's not A or B or C on the jury instructions, if it does not affect your reasonable doubt of those questions, set it aside. It's a question that you can ask afterwards, but do not let it affect you now if you believe everything else beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, to return to the events of that evening, we heard from both Anwan Carter and Jacory Taylor. Jacory and Maurice got into it. Maurice grabbed a knife. Jacory jumped back. Brice Rhodes took the knife from Maurice and hit Maurice. He then powwowed with everyone else. What Anwan Carter described as a vote and Jacory described as a conversation. Anwan remembers being the only one. Jacory remembers that he and Anwan did not want to do it. I don't know how he was phrasing things. I don't know what Anwan picked up from him. They are both telling about their memories here. I skipped over this one. Purchase in a trailer park. I don't remember that, but if you do, go with your memory. But obviously, as far as the events of that night with how this gun was purchased, as Jacory Taylor was the one who purchased the gun, we have a great memory of it. Anyway, votes for conversation, discussion. But what is important from that is that Brice Rhodes was still planning to kill them. He still had the intention that they die that night, but he wanted to make sure that everybody was involved. So he tied up Maurice, had Jacory punch him in the stomach as a violation, discipline, I guess. And then he began to stab Maurice over and over.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab him? Where did he stab him? Was he standing up or was he on his knees?
He was on his knees.
And he stabbed him in the chest.
Chest, stomach. His chest, stomach, on his torso.
He stabbed him in other places. How long did this go on for?
He stopped breathing.
Until he stopped breathing. You saw the autopsy photos. You know that he was stabbed over and over. Larry was in the bathroom. Rhodes dumped Maurice by the door and had them bring Larry out. And he stabbed Larry over and over. And again, you've seen the autopsy photos. We'll have them back there. I don't want to show the courtroom, but we heard the testimony.
Did he know what happened to his brother? Was there blood in the spot that he was at? Did he respond to that?
Yeah, he tried to like kick everything off, get his hands intact, his hands free stuff.
Was his brother making any noise at that point?
He did.
So how many times did he get stabbed? Was stabbing?
He stabbed until he was dead.
Brice did.
He passed the knife on him.
Who did he pass the knife to? Like, he passed you the knife. They're both dead, right?
We all would be in it. So no, it's good.
He said we're all going to be in it. He wanted it to be on all of them now. He had learned his lesson on people talking. Jacory's description was similar. Who's that Maurice? Was Maurice tied up at that point?
Yeah, he was tied up.
What was used to tie him up? Okay, who did the tying?
Somebody else that was there on. Nobody saw him. He was tied up. He had socket in his mouth. He stabbed him. He made him stab him too.
Where did you see where he was stabbing him?
Stomach, chest, stuff like that.
Do you know how many approximate times it was?
It was a lot.
What was Maurice doing while this was going on? Who was in the room while this was happening?
Yeah. It was me, brother. Brice, two other people. He's pretty much fighting, you know. Like trying to, he made that one stab. Once that one stab, he kind of moved to the door to have me stared at him.
You were standing by the door?
Two other people that was in there, I didn't really know. They was already there when we got there, so I'm thinking that, you know what I'm saying? My man, I can't do nothing, stay there. Wonder if somebody's gonna do something else, I'm trying to interrupt the thing, so he kind of took my wrist to the door. They all, I don't know, but that's when he goes to the door. Larry was in the bed. Larry come out the same day after Larry. Once he did Larry, he made me stab Larry.
Dr. Lippincott told you that the cause of death was multiple stab wounds. She said Larry had 21 stab wounds. You can see in Maurice's autopsy photos that he has 8 to his abdomen alone, other wounds to his back, other areas of his body. Dr. Lippincott told you the areas, abdomen, torso, pelvis, back, groin, genitals. Rhodes made Anwan and Jacory clean the house while he took the bodies over to River Park and set them on fire. He later drove the boys around to various dumpsters burning evidence. The knife was never found. We introduced photos of the knives that were collected to show you that police collected what they could find. We don't know, maybe those are the murder weapon. I don't think so. They don't match the description. They drove around different dumpsters that night, setting different dumpsters on fire. I would assume that's where the murder weapon is. As Detective Peters told you, there were approximately 7 reports of dumpster fires that day. And by the time 2 days later that he was checking, most of them had already been emptied. It's actually amazing that the pink blanket with Maurice's DNA on it was located. Anyway, that night, they noticed the back seat was bloody, so Rhodes tore it out and dumped it behind someone's garage, as Ann Carter told you. Before I turn the page here, whether Taylor stole the boots, he said that he and Maurice both had those boots, that they started out as his, he lent them to Maurice. He didn't remember how the boots got there that night. He took the boots at the end of the night, though, and they had blood on them. So it's just all part of the investigation. Now, yes, their stories are inconsistent on these points. I think there's an explanation for each one, but I also think this shows you that these stories were not concocted. They didn't sit there and memorize each other's statements. They came in here and told you about something they remember from 7 years ago. And these are all minor points, sorts of things that would become fuzzy after 7 years. The things they did say, the things they do remember, that Rhodes tied up Maurice, that Rhodes stabbed Maurice, that Rhodes made them participate, that Larry was stuck in the bathroom, that Rhodes tied up Larry. Those are the things they remember because that's what you would remember from all of this. All right, we've heard a lot about the police investigation over the past week, so I'm just going to summarize because I know that you all took in all this information, witness after witness. The response to River Park, the lack of any identifying information on the victims, how the police were trying to figure out who they were. It was not until Olmsted Academy contacted police and they realized that it was Maurice and Larry that the case moved forward. Detective Tonelli went to Elizabeth Wren's house, spoke to her brother TJ. TJ Wren led Sergeant Vance to Brice Rhodes' address on Haight Avenue. Vance saw Rhodes go into and out of the apartment and then followed him until they could take him into custody. In the defendant's interview, he admitted knowing the boys. You might have noticed, though, that he chatted with the detectives for quite a while. They were phrasing it as a missing persons conversation. Chatted with them for a while before he said, "Oh yeah, TJ told me they were dead." Which would be a little odd if he weren't involved with this. He admitted he was probably in front of their house in the Charger the last day they were seen. And yes, Detective Tonelli said that was on video, and it wasn't on video. But that's a police investigative technique. Police don't walk into an interview room and say, "Excuse me, have you participated in 1 to 3 murders lately?" No? Okay, well, thanks for your time. They have to use techniques to get people talking, and that was one that they were attempting. And he did admit to being there, probably. Okay, meanwhile, while this is going on, detectives are over on Haight serving a search warrant. And no, there was no bloody scene when they walked in. Why? Because the boys spent all night cleaning it up at the direction of Brice Rhodes. They collect the knives because they know that this is a stabbing case, possible murder weapon. Meanwhile, you have Sergeant Vance and the marshals pinging Maurice's phone, finding it with Ann Carter, who was so young and naive that he didn't know that police could track a cell phone. Ann Carter was interviewed. And he didn't change his story multiple times. He changed it once. In the beginning, he told them that he didn't know what happened. Then his mother and sister arrived. He spoke to them. He asked to speak to the police again. And that is when he changed his story. That is when he told police about his involvement and the involvement of Brice Rhodes in this case. Months later, he repeated it at a proffer at the time of his plea, and in court, he repeated it to you. But it's important to note that he was already saying this long before the prosecution of the case and any sort of plea negotiations had started. He admitted his involvement, and he talked about doing anything he did at the direction of Brice Rhodes. He talked about Brice Rhodes wanting to kill Maurice and Larry and killing Maurice and Larry, wanting to kill Christopher Jones and killing Christopher Jones that night that he was picked up, May 24th. Thus the second search warrant, because now police knew where the murder happened. And you saw the pictures of the carpet being pulled up. This is not something police are going to do willy-nilly at everyone's apartment that's involved in a crime. They needed a second search warrant because now they knew that this was a murder scene. And so now they had enough probable cause to go in and rip carpet up. And yes, the video was dark that you heard from Rebecca Kimmer. They tried to get it on video. It was dark. That's why they turned to the next step, which was just taking the carpet itself and testing that for blood. The police also interviewed the person who had rented the car that Rhodes was driving that day, who happened to be his neighbor, who was of direct police to the blue Mazda with no backseat, reeking of bleach. Both cars were processed. Other people were interviewed, some of them with no further information. There was a child at Olmsted who was interviewed, Brice Rhodes' mother, cousin Q. The next stage, Corey Taylor was arrested and interviewed. Detective Peters and Metzler were finishing up the dumpster search, and later Sergeant Vance collected the boots. So what do we know from all of this? From the second search warrant, we know that the carpet was covered in blood, as was the carpet padding. And we know, because Stephen Barrett, the analyst from the lab, told you, the blood matched Larry at an estimated frequency in the nonillions, which is far higher than the billions of people that are on the earth today. So there's a 1 in nonillion chance that that wasn't Larry's DNA. So they took various cuttings from the carpet. On one of them, Exhibit 24-1, it was Larry plus one other person. On the other one, it was Larry. From the carpet padding, same thing, Larry and one other person. The DNA for the other person was too limited to make a determination. But this makes sense, as Larry was the second person to bleed out on the carpet. What else do we know about from the apartment? Thought that was interesting. I'm not saying that everybody that bought White Castle that weekend was involved in this, but I do think that's interesting. All right, we know that these sheets were off some of the beds, pillowcases off the beds, and we know that a lot of bedding was found in that dumpster, burnt and bloody. What do we know from the dumpster search? We know that Detective Peters, Detective Metzler were faced with a dumpster full of trash. We know that the reason they were looking in dumpsters at all was because the back seat was missing. They wouldn't have gone out just to search for one pink blanket. But fortunately, that's what they found. But we'll get there in a second. So they come to this dumpster, it's full of trash. They call in and say, found it, thinking that some of this was going to be the backseat material. And that's what Detective Tonelli was left with. This search, you heard, took hours. It took well past midnight. He'd been told, they found the back seat, and they did not come back to him at the end of this and say, we found a lot of bloody sheets and blankets and towels, but we didn't find the back seat. He just did not get that information. So when he went to testify, he testified in the probable cause hearing that he believed they had found the back seat. He qualified it. He said, further testing, we're awaiting further testing, but we believe we have the back seat, because that's what he believed at that time. And it was not until he started getting all the reports, and really, he's got other cases going on. I mean, we all wish that we were all straight on the back seat from the very first moment. But yes, he's got other cases going on. We were sitting here. The judge said, what's the biggest thing you've got to bring in? He's speaking from memory about reports that he looks at from time to time, but didn't study up on before every court appearance, and he said probably the back seat. If he could find the back seat, he would have brought it to you. He would have tested it, but that back seat was never found. And we know what happened to the back seat, something that police only found out about later at a subsequent interview when Detective Tonelli did say to Anwan what happened to the back seat. And Anwan told him and tried to show him on his phone, tried to show him where the garage was, but only knew the neighborhood, didn't know the exact location. All right, so we have the dumpster. We have the pink blanket found in the dumpster. As Stephen Barrett told you, from the pink blanket, in 2 different spots, Maurice's blood was recovered. Now, while we are on the subject of the labs, what else do we know? The tire tracks from the scene were compared to the Mazda's tires. Scott Doyle told you it's really difficult to get a comparison on tires, and in fact, in this case, he was not able to identify or eliminate the Mazda. The shoe prints, he was able to eliminate those shoes from the shoes that Brice Rhodes was arrested in. But we don't know what shoes he was wearing that night. I wouldn't be shocked if they weren't burned in that dumpster or a different dumpster. From the Mazda, swabs were taken from the driver's seat back near the headrest. They were presumptively positive for blood, and Stephen Barrett was able to find a partial DNA profile, mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited nature, no meaningful comparison could be made. So blood was found in the Mazda. It was not found on the parts near the where the back seat would have been, either because that area was bleached. 2 different detectives told you the car smelled heavily of bleach, and the analyst told you that bleach can degrade a sample, or because the blood was on the back seat that got ripped off. Anwan told you that that seat was covered in blood, and that's why Brice Rhodes decided it had to go. That's where the blood was in the car. And the reason that it is not here in these lab reports for analysts to tell you about it is because Brice Rhodes got rid of it. Now, Brice Rhodes' DNA was not found anywhere but on the gear shift or the steering wheel. That's true. But you know who else's DNA is not anywhere on these lab reports? Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. The reason that Rhodes' DNA, Ja'Cory's DNA, Anwan's DNA is not all over the place is because they are not the ones who are bleeding out on all these pieces of evidence. It is Larry and Maurice who are bleeding on the evidence, and it is their DNA who is found. If they want to say that because Rhodes' DNA is not on anything, he wasn't involved in this, the same would hold true for Ja'Cory Taylor and Anwan Carter. Their DNA is not on it either. We know they were involved in it because they told you. So the same logic does not exonerate him from that analysis. The DNA in Rhodes' apartment, the DNA on the blanket in the dumpster, the ripped out back seat, these all corroborate what Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor told you. Obviously, the defense does not want you to trust them. They asked in opening, why are Taylor and Carter still alive? Well, 1, they weren't the people who told their mother. 2, he had learned his lesson and made them get involved in the second one. And 3, police put an end to this before anything could happen in future. We don't know what would have happened 2 weeks later. Carter told the truth 2 days after the murder, after initially not, but then talking to his mother and sister. Do you think that his mother and sister came in there and said, I've got an idea. Why don't you tell them that you're involved? Why don't you tell them that you stabbed them too? That's a great idea. No, they went in there and said, tell the truth. If this were not the truth, he would have said, I was just an eyewitness. I just saw it happen. I didn't do anything. The fact that Carter gave them so much information that led to his own conviction for facilitation to murder corroborates his statement. Jacory, the next day, May 25th, said he didn't know anything about it. I'm sorry, there's the Mazda.
What did you all notice about the car?
Hold on. Why didn't you and Anwan just leave during the night?
So
Why didn't you? Well, he was gone.
I was too scared because I wasn't even in my right state of mind. I mean, me personally, I never seen, I never witnessed a scene like that in my life. Hey, I don't know why we didn't leave nothing beyond. I just was scared. We just did what he told us to do.
So 2 days after this whole situation, he's forced to participate in the murder, scared, not leaving. 2 days later, he's in an interview room, alone, no father, no mother, no one to talk to, knowing that the last people who told what had happened had ended up stabbed multiple times. So he told police he didn't know what happened. It was not until later, when he had been in custody, ironically safe from this whole situation, until he had an attorney, until he had time to think about this, that he came forward. I'm going to return to the slide that I had skipped. This is back to the back seat. I just wanted to play this for you in case you missed it. Oops.
What did you all notice about the car?
I hope she plays the part where the detective explained the whole backseat kerfuffle.
The backseat. And so, how was that handled?
Cut the back seat up.
And who cut the back seat out? What did he do with the back seat after he cut it out?
We put it in the back of somebody's garage.
So that's why we don't have the back seat.
I have the volume all the
I'll
way
get to
up
this in
and
1
that
second. But first I wanted to
didn't
say,
register real well.
if you don't like the plea deals I did with these co-defendants, that's fine. I mean, that's my signature right there. You can write on the back of your jury forms, I think they got too much time. I don't think they got enough time. I don't think you should have amended down. Well, I don't know how you feel about this. So you can call me up later, look up my office's number, call my office. But if you believe what they told you, if you believe that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then your feelings about this plea deal don't affect your verdict. I had to make a decision on what to do with Jacory Taylor and Anwan Carter. And one of the things that I knew was important was getting you all the evidence that you heard in this courtroom. And these are the sorts of things, the sorts of decisions that we have to make in courtrooms all the time. Because the witnesses to crimes are often also the participants in crimes. So if you are mad at what I did, that is fine, let me know. But that doesn't mean that Brice Rhodes is not guilty of murder. And so let us talk about
Sorry, I didn't mean to do
what
that.
you need to find under the instructions.
Sorry. God, I hope the goat
So
doesn't come
it's
back.
it's actually very logical. You go through page by page. You start with
This is why nobody watches
1A, and then the
Well, not
language
nobody,
for
but-
murder and the language for manslaughter second is
You know
the
what I
same
mean.
for each victim. I just picked Maurice here because he's the one in the middle. And what's in parentheses is the things that changed from instruction to instruction. So for Christopher Jones's murder, it says the 4th day of May, 2016, and shooting him with a gun. Obviously for Larry's, instead of Maurice, it says Larry. but the date and the manner are the same. But, so for each count of murder, your analysis is the same. You shall find the defendant guilty if you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that in Jefferson County, the instructions actually say in this county, but it's obviously Jefferson County, you saw the map, on or about the dates in question, that he killed each victim by himself or in complicity with others. And we've gone over all that. By shooting Christopher Jones, by stabbing Maurice and Larry. And that in so doing, he caused the death of each of them intentionally. And there's going to be an or that I'll flip to in just a second, or wantonly. You know it was intentional because he planned it, he premeditated it, he told the witnesses in advance that he was going to do it, and then he did it. But let's go to the or that in so doing he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another and thereby caused the death under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. So I'm going to flip up to the definition of intentional and wanton. Intentional is what you think it is, when the objective is to cause that result, in this case being death. Wantonly is when someone is aware of and consciously disregards a risk, a substantial and unjustifiable risk, that the result will occur. And the risk must be of such nature and degree that disregarding it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct, standard of care that a reasonable person.
Oh no, not the spins. Oh my God. Sometimes these live streams, let's see, we're at 5 hours and 7 minutes, 4, 5, 6 seconds. Oh, good. Oh, sidebar. Dr. Pyrostine and I in the Rumble chat are discussing the reading off of Mother God's foot in the video we watched last night about Love Has Won documentary, The Cult of Mother God. He came back with, because I was like, why does that happen? So for those of you who did not watch it, it was really good. But after she was dead, they had some type of meter on her foot that was like going up into the 200-300 range. And then like when the person who was videotaping it put the meter on her foot, it was like 0. But as soon as they would point it at Mother God, it was like in the high 200s. Then it went over 300 range. And then if she put her hand like between Mother God and her hand, it would go back down to 0. Okay, I'll explain later.
So if you believe that he's driving down the road, shooting his gun, not specifically intending to hit and kill Christopher Jones.
I'm sorry, can you all approach for just a moment?
And I'm back. So anyway, he asked his sister, and thank you so much for taking the time to do that. She had said it's an EKG. I'm just going to read what he says. I don't know what it stands for. It measures electromagnetic fields. As far as the guy reading 0, she said people usually don't set it off. They should, but they don't. As for her reading 200 to 380 or whatever, ghosts do set the thing off, spirits in the area. But it can also tell you if you have wires running through a wall or something. I think that's what they are originally made for. If they had some kind of device anywhere around that is electric, well, they had the radio playing in the background, or takes batteries, that could set it off too. That's why I kind of thought maybe it was some kind of multimeter. I have a multimeter, but...
Sorry, to make it clear, I'm giving you an example of how this could be a wanton murder. I'm not saying this is the only way it could be a wanton murder. So for an example, because wantonly means that somebody is aware of... Okay, first of all, wantonly is not intentional. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we've moved past you. This is only in the circumstance where you all think it's not intentional. So it would be wanton if you believe he's aware of and consciously disregards a risk. So he's aware that shooting somebody is dangerous. he consciously disregards the risk that shooting out the window he could hit a passerby, and that the risk of him hitting a passerby is of such nature and degree that disregard thereof constitutes a gross deviation from what a reasonable person would do. So if you think a reasonable person would know, I shouldn't shoot out the window because I might hit somebody, and that disregarding that is a gross deviation from reasonable care, and that he understood that risk was there and he consciously disregarded it, that would be an example of a wanton murder.
Clear as
so
mud.
just to go back to this, if you believe that he intentionally murdered Christopher Jones and or Maurice Gordon and or Larry Ordway, or you believe that he wantonly murdered them, so the same with the stabbings, like that he was engaging in conduct that he didn't intend to cause murder, but it was such conduct that one would know could cause murder, that he knew it could cause murder, and that he did it anyway, and a reasonable person wouldn't continuing to stab somebody. That would be an example of a wanton murder with a knife in this circumstance. So if you believe that he intentionally murdered, let's just say Maurice, that he intentionally murdered Maurice, or some of you believe that he wantonly murdered Maurice, all you have, because you see that this is an or situation, as long as all of you believe.
Yeah, this is not going well. She should just pause, gather her thoughts for a moment. Maybe. Again, I count beans. I'm an accountant, not a legal scholar, legal consumer. Actually, maybe now that it's almost tax season, maybe Crime Spies should do some tax live streams. Show you how to use the current tax laws to make your tax picture a little bit more pleasing.
So as long as you all believe that it was intentional or wasn't, then all of you believe it was murder. Obviously beyond a reasonable doubt. So to start at the top, because I know this is really complicated, but I don't want to think that I could have explained it better, and I just failed to. So
that's kind of what
in
I was
Jefferson
thinking.
County,
on
the date in question, by himself or in complicity with others, he killed Maurice Gordon by stabbing him with a knife. And we went over the complicity instruction earlier. That it was intentional or that it was wanton. So as long as you all agree that it was murder, then you can sign the verdict form for murder. Now, there is a sub part down here in your instruction, for example on page 14. So the foreperson would sign either not guilty or guilty. So that part, you have to sign one of these, not guilty or guilty. Then, if you found him guilty of murder, you add in there if you agreed all 12 that it was intentional murder. So your choices on each of the murders is either not guilty, no more signatures, or guilty, and then maybe you all agree it's intentional and you sign there, or you don't all agree it's intentional and you don't sign there. So one of these top two has to have a signature, and then it's up to you as to the bottom whether it is in agreement that it's intentional. I apologize that our state gives, these are the instructions that we have. All right, so those are for each of the counts of murder. Now, if you don't find him guilty of murder, you go on to manslaughter in the second degree. If you do find him guilty of murder, you skip the manslaughter in the second degree. So it's murder, or it's manslaughter, or obviously not guilty, but you wouldn't find him guilty of murder and manslaughter for the same victim. It's one or the other. Now, you only go to manslaughter in the second degree if you have found him not guilty of murder. So if you do, you will see that the main difference is that there's no intentional on there. And that in the second clause, it just says that he was acting wantonly. So that A is he killed Maurice Gordon by himself or in complicity by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in doing so, he was acting wantonly. So it omits the intentional and it omits the grave risk of death to another, etc. But you don't get there unless you found him not guilty of murder. And I believe, obviously, that we have proven, for all the reasons I've stated, that this was an intentional murder. Now, there are 3 more charges. We have abuse of a corpse. And as you can see, that instruction defines each of the elements as on the 22nd day of May, 2016, he, alone or in complicity, placed the body of Maurice and the body of Larry in a yard off an alley and attempted to burn it, that he had no legal authority to do so, and that in so doing, he treated each body in a way that would outrage normal family sensibilities. I think that's obvious. The other, here is
I tried to cover that up. I think that was their bodies.
His knowledge of this.
Oops, no, I got to make myself
He told you the bodies were burned?
invisible again.
Did he tell you where he dumped them? West End somewhere. Then the last one we haven't discussed is tampering with physical evidence. You have to find that on May 22nd, he, acting alone or in complicity, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered items from the North Height address, including a pink blanket or the knife or the back seat. If you believe that any of those items were tampered with, then this would come into play. That he did so because he believed that an official proceeding may be pending. That would be the investigation and prosecution. And that he did so with the intent to impair the availability, so that he burned the bloody clothing so that police couldn't find them and that we couldn't bring them into this courtroom. He ripped out the back seat so that police couldn't test it. We couldn't bring it into this courtroom.
Who's driving the car?
Brice driving the car.
Where do you go to?
We're going to like different dumpsters. Dumpsters on fire.
Why different dumpsters?
Just to spread evidence.
Dear Wayfair, this year I want to say
Do you
thanks.
see how they do this?
Over
right
the
in middle of
centuries,
live
I've
stream
become.
now?
What type of evidence?
It could have been clothes, it could have been, you said, your sheets on it, whether you call it, some of it was evidence.
And was it stuff with blood on it?
Yes,
What did you all do with that stuff?
it was took to a dumpster and they burnt the stuff up.
And that is how you know he is guilty of tampering with physical evidence. I have one last slide to show you.
Presented, all was pretty much murder. Just guilty.
Jacory Taylor was 17 when this happened. He's 25 today. Anwan Carter was 15 when it happened. He's 22 today. They've both been to prison. They've both paid a heavy price for not having the courage, confidence to stand up to that man. Nothing compared to the price paid by the victims, obviously, but a price nonetheless. Brice Rhodes preyed on this group of children. He killed an innocent man for no reason. Then he killed 2 children for a horrible reason, because they confided in their mother. There is no other explanation, no other possible motive or defendant to explain why those children were murdered so horrifically. Please bring this 7-year nightmare to an end and find Brice Rhodes guilty of these murders. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are going to draw who our random jurors will be. Counsel, would you all mind to come up?
All right, that concludes the prosecution opening statement. They had one juror, first thing this morning, was dismissed. Apparently they were hospitalized over the weekend. So one of the 3 alternates were put in their place. So 15 down to 14. So here is them drawing who the 2 are that can get released. Thank you for sticking around. I'm sorry that the first 3 hours of this was Snoozeville. The last 2 hours have been good. I have some things documented here as soon as we are finished.
All right, I'm going to
the mucus person can stop anytime.
John, would you mind to move that?
And I'm sorry, the volume is kind of like some people are good and some people are quiet. I have it all the way up.
All right, so I have drawn randomly, literally out of a glasses case, our 2 alternate jurors. Those 2 of you, I'm going to ask you to remain seated. The rest of you will go with Deputy Mills back to the deliberation room. And Deputy Mills, I just need to swear you, please. Do you swear that you will keep the jurors together and allow no person to speak to or communicate with them on any subject connected with the trial, and you will not do so yourself? I will. All right, thank you. So the 2 jurors who will not be going with Deputy Mills are a juror ending in 8801 and juror ending in 9462. So if you all could just stay here, please. The rest of you will follow Deputy Mills. Can we take this? Are we allowed to take this? We can take. No, your notepads have to stay here.
So the only thing we can take is this. Correct.
Cannot take your notepad with you. I said this. Yeah, sorry. I did say that at the beginning as well.
How come the bailiff gets to wear earbuds? Is he listening to some... What did Brittany's ASMR video, Brittany Alexis's? Maybe he was also watching Crime Spies live stream. You know, Crime Spies is getting some traction. He could be. Sir, blink twice if you're listening to Crime Spies.
Can you all come up here, and Counsel, you can come up as well. The camera will need to go off.
Maybe he took my advice and watched Brittany Alexis's ASMR video in her closet. Thank you for sticking around. It is almost in about an hour and 15 minutes on YouTube. If you're looking for something to watch, please reciprocate with The Broken Baker. I do have his YouTube channel linked in the description box under YouTube. He is doing... Oh, we don't need to see the... Who was that woman's head? He is doing... Okay, so earlier in our 10-minute break that ended up being an hour and 20 minutes, one of the random topics we were talking about... Well, and actually, Dr. Pyrostine and I are talking in the Rumble chat right now about how broken our judicial system is. Again, the quote from our founding fathers, something along the lines of, it was designed to have the better of the 2 options was a guilty man go free versus an innocent man go to prison. Well, nowadays, It's like you're guilty and then you have to prove yourself innocent. If you plead the fifth, oh, they must be guilty, they don't want to talk, versus, well, maybe they just want to have counsel next to them so they don't say something that can get misinterpreted for later. But anyway, so along that lines, we were talking about, there's several cases. And what I have a problem with, honestly, since I've been watching these trials, is I have a problem with these jurors understanding the instructions, number one. Number two, it's not fast food. Everybody is fast food. It's like everybody is programmed for fast food everything. Turn on your computer, boom, you're on Google. Boom, you're on your phone.
All right.
Everything is fast. They go into the jury room. It's like fast food verdict.
All right. So we are going to go ahead and let you all go since I have your contact information. But like I said, there's a slight chance, something could go wrong. We could need one of you to come back. So in the meantime, you remain under oath as a juror in this case.
These are the
and
two jurors
you
that
remain
are
subject
getting...
to the admonition, which I'm going to read one more time just to be clear. You must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented within the four walls of the courtroom. You must not use internet search engines, websites, blog, or any other electronic tools to conduct any research, post information, or help you deliberate. During
I have turned her volume down because it's in the orange zone.
Do not communicate online with anyone connected to the trial, including witnesses, lawyers, other jurors, experts. And if you accidentally encounter any information about the case from any source, immediately bring it to the attention of the court. The other thing that I'm going to do is because I think what I'm probably going to do is just call you all when we have a verdict, since I've got your information, and then you'll know. I will call you and say, hey, we have a verdict. You're officially relieved from duty. And then if you want to know what it was, I can share that with you as well. Okay. All right, so you all are free to go, and the next time you hear from me will hopefully be me telling you that we have a verdict and will not need you, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now I don't know what... I'm assuming she's going to let the jurors go home and start deliberating tomorrow, but I don't know.
And you all do not need to go to the jury pool room. You can go straight on out. Thank you. Do we have anybody that might be able to just kind of watch them walk to their car?
What do you need?
I'm wondering if we have somebody that can just kind of observe them walk to their car.
Hi, Eris. Welcome back.
The people who just left.
Okay, I'll have to catch up with them.
Okay, well, then let's go. I mean, you all also have walkie-talkies. Maybe you could call down to the first floor or something. All right, Mr. Griffith and Comma, I have your all's phone numbers. I do not have your co-counsel's phone numbers. I have Mr. Cunningham's. But typically what I'll do is send a group text to all of the attorneys when there's either a verdict or a question.
Welcome back.
Traditionally, what happens with Mr. Rhodes is to stay in the courtroom. Does he go back?
No, we'll let him go back,
I'm just
we'll let him sit
eavesdropping
for
on
a
her to
while.
see
Who
what
knows?
she's
You know, we
doing,
might get a verdict pretty soon.
and then we
But
will
it doesn't really matter to me, honestly.
wrap up. Dr. Pyrostine is so smart on Rumble. In the chat, I'd put the chat up.
I mean, the jail's not going to deliver food on demand, Mr. Griffiths. I don't know if you've met our jail. But you all are welcome to get him food.
Great.
I've got her volume at like half. It's still in the orange zone, and it's like in my ear.
Honestly, I shouldn't say that. They probably would.
Oh, that's good.
But I bet Mr. Rhodes would. Yeah, I know. They wouldn't be happy about it, that's for sure.
No, let's see where I put the... I'm just waiting to see what she does.
All right.
Okay, now I'm going to take the studio mode off again.
Tab first 433.
Sorry, I tinker with all this stuff because I'm still trying to.
Okay, I got it.
I'm just waiting for her to decide what we're doing here. What's the plan, lady? I do like her as a judge. I have my notes here. I have to do some different overlays so that you can read these a little bit better. I'm still learning. Look at this. This never happens to me. Look at over here, Dr. Pyrostine. Here, let's put all this up for all this wonderfulness up. Look at how smart these people are. Look at how smart the Crime Spies are. Look at this. This never happens. You can't even see me way up in the top. No, it's got like a white background. I just took the background off because I just did. So are they going into like a jury, like a verdict watch or not? I have to do a different overlay and I'll put the chats on top. I guess that's it. Okay, hold on. Just a moment. Here, I'll put myself there. All right. I am actually using OBS. StreamYard, for some reason, I had... Okay, so for those of you who use StreamYard, you know when you're like on the main... Can I share this? I wonder. Let's see. Hold on. No, I can't. Never mind. So StreamYard, well, StreamYard is really great for like when you first start out because it's so easy. Hi, Lefty. Hello. It's great, but for me here, when I was like in StreamYard, so for those of you who use StreamYard, you know how you got your screen and then you've got like all your little special stuff over on the side. But like at the very top left of your screen, sometimes you'll get like the little V-shaped thing with the bars. And it would give me just like the one bar thing and then it would hang up. And it just drove me bananas. So when I got this new Screamin' Demon computer, and that was a MacBook, and OBS, you have to install like patches. I forget what it's called. Black Hole, I think, is the patch. Black Hole 2 channel for the audio. And it was, in my opinion, I thought it was more of a Windows thing. So this new computer has, I think it's like Windows 11. I don't know. And so when I installed OBS on this, it was like you didn't need any patches or nothing. It was way easier. So then right after I got that, the Danilo Cavalcante Manhunt was on. And so that was like a great trainer for me. And then I realized like the capacity of this OBS system. I had 6 live streams. So on the one screen, I had the air traffic, and then I had the Rumble chat, and I had the scanner, and I had Nick the Hat's live feed, and I had the other guy's live feed, and then I had the Twitter live feed, you know, that would be like, it was amazing. The only problem is every single, like with StreamYard, you can pick a layout and then you can sort of kind of customize it, modify it a little bit, where OBS, you just have a blank slate. And I'm still a little messed up like when the Screaming Goat came on, because there's a studio mode where you have like, I wish I could show you, you have like a left side that you can see like what you're going to do beforehand, scenes. It is unbelievable I mean, I haven't even tapped into half of the stuff. Now, in order to stream on Rumble, you need a service that has a RTMP. So like with OBS, you can stream to one platform, no problem. 2 platforms, basically no problem, really, because you can use Restream. But if one of your if it's 3 platforms or more, or if one of your platforms is like Rumble, which is an RTMP, you have to buy a paid plan on Restream. Now, Restream does have an option when you set it up. Here, I'll show you. One moment. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, so, oh, and for some reason the view is like super tiny. I think I did that on accident. Okay, so here's, oops. So like here's right now. So you can see like this, there's a tiny bit of a delay, but like it's showing you your live, your, you know, bits per second, blah, blah, blah. This is the chat that is only YouTube and Kick. It's not YouTube and Kick and Rumble. Again, that's really annoying. And then you've got like events. I'd scheduled, you can like schedule events. Like I did all these just for kicks, literally. Okay, so then if you wanted to schedule an event, that's super, well, you have an option of going into Restream Studio, or this is what I do. So this is for like OBS, Zoom, yada yada. But there is a studio option. Wonder. Please hold. Okay. So see, it looks exactly like StreamYard. So you can have like your different layouts, and then you can add all your stuff over here, your overlays, your video clips, your backgrounds. The chat comes in. Here's like where you would put like all your quotes to show on the screen, you know, if you wanted to. They do have the chat option, so like you could put your chats up. It's just, yeah. And I don't have any problem using this. I mean, this to me is almost identical to StreamYard, in my opinion. But, you know, I just kind of like the custom. I like the chat. I like the chat overlay, like the whole, like what I had before, like this. Even though obviously it's not really, you know, I need to have it in a window, or I need to, but then this way people can read the chat as it goes, like as it's in real time versus, you know, just like the creator, I guess, choosing which ones go up there. I don't know if that makes any sense. And it's, well, can't really see, but like I have the chat up over here for YouTube and Rumble, so I can see it, but you can't see it. It's just like yesterday I didn't have it, and sometimes I cover it up a little bit. Hayden used something similar, but he had problems with adding guests. Okay, so if I had to add a guest, then I would have to use use the Restream Studio. I can have up to 10 guests, just exactly like it. But if I'm using OBS on my computer, which I can't, I don't know why I can't show you this. Oh, maybe you can see it now. Oh, no, I can't see it. Oh, no, where did I go? Okay, so now maybe you can see on the bottom here. Here's all, like, so this is studio mode. So I've got like this. This is what you would see. I don't know, it's just probably in the day, I'm probably talking Chinese. But you can set up your own things. So like, for example, now if I wanted to switch over to telling you about the upcoming live streams, I could do that. And then you see it on your screen and you no longer see what we had before. I don't know, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know, I love it. I'm going to put it back down here. Yeah, it's if I had guests, well, and I think in like the let's see, what was I gonna say? Oopsie. Okay, now granted, the chat overlay thing here, I just figured that out a couple days ago because, and again, another problem that Rumble has, and that's how I was able to get like the Rumble chat put up, is because Rumble doesn't integrate with StreamYard. So all of your whole entire audience over in Rumble, you never have the option of putting it up on the screen ever. You can never do it unless you do this browser window thing that I did. And like I said, for me personally, I like the live streams like the Shaming of Jay does that, where the chat just like scrolls up the bottom middle of the screen, and then that way, if you're not, because like when you're on your your phone, you know, if you want to watch it and have the chat open, it's like the windows are super tiny. The new thing is people are streaming on Twitter. Right. And actually, before Elon bought it, I did a few live streams on X, or well, when it was still Twitter, and it didn't cost anything. I think some of my Letitia Stelk ones were on there, but it's kind of hard to get audience then over on YouTube and Rumble and now Kick when people are just watching you on X, and there's no way to get ad revenue or anything. Now you have to be a premium. Well, geez Louise, how many things can I subscribe to? I already subscribe to so many things. It's like, I don't need to be a premium member for that. Yes, you like the sweatshirt? I was going to make the Goofy Gophers. I was really hoping my kids would all, so my son, he is going to trade school, and then the triplets are just in their senior year. I've got one's going to be a cosmetologist. The other one is going to go to a 4-year university, and I think the other one hasn't made up her mind yet. But the plan, my son's whole entire room is Gophers. And the whole plan was, because my brother was a Gopher, I was a Gopher for the first 2 years. And that was like the whole plan, was for them to go to the U of M. Now, I wouldn't send them to the U of M unless they had like an off-duty police officer escorting them everywhere. It is so bad. Wants you to be exclusive. Yeah. Okay, here, Wolfram, let me just add this. Plus, hold on one second. Okay, now you probably can't see that, but 25 cents to Kick. So the what I was going to say is, like, okay, so let's say for example, so I started subscribing to people on Kick versus no verdict yet. I think that you've got the Ring of Death. Oh no, that's not good. But the thing is, like, I started subscribing to people if they were on YouTube and Kick because, you know, if it's let's say it's a $5 monthly subscription, you know, they're keeping $4.75 versus the 60-40 split on YouTube. But then they'd have like only video, like, because Kick is live streaming, although I think maybe you can upload on Kick. I don't know. But then they would have like members only stuff only on YouTube. So then that doesn't make sense. And then you add the whole Discord thing in. So then people are like, well, then I'm going to put my content on. It's like, okay, stop. What are we going to do? Are we going to support you on Kick? Are we going to support you on Discord? Are we going to support you over on YouTube or Rumble or whatever? But it's so confusing. I cannot hear anything, so I'm making up what you are saying in my own mind. Oh, you can't hear me? Huh. Okay, I have the little thing is moving. That's a you thing, David. I can hear. Oh my God. You guys, 5 hours, 47 minutes, 50 seconds. The first 3 hours of which was mostly me just talking. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me. I was going to say, I started using my loud button again. Yes, it's a me thing. I'm at a Christmas party. Oh. Okay. Merry Christmas. Live stream tonight. It's actually in 53 minutes. Solomon. I don't know if it's Anderson. Interview, I believe, is what. Isn't that what you said, Eris? Okay. Now, if you missed the part where I was talking about all of this is way in the beginning. The documentary, Dr. Pyverstein, I don't know if you're still with me over on Rumble. I'm sorry. Oh, Dr. Pyverstein's talking over on Rumble, and I'm like, oh, man. Okay. Oh, well, okay. Let's go back before we do that. So thank you to Dr. Pyverstein on Rumble, YouTube, Broken Baker. Eris hung out with me all day long. David, MLS, Making Law Simple. Thank you. Lefty, it's so nice to see you. A fellow Minnesotan. Oof, da don't you know. Jamie, and then Broken Baker. It's been so kind to redirect people over here. I know I'm late sometimes. Sometimes I forget to turn the volume on. Sometimes, you know, it's kind of hard being a one-person show. Well, all of this. I thought the defense did a really great job with their closing. We did talk, like, between the 2 and 3 hour mark of this live stream. Where are we at with time? 6 hours, 5 hours, 50 minutes. So you go back between like the 2 and 3 hour part of this. We had some really great discussion about I've never had anybody ask for a wrench. What is it, a standard or a managing? don't know. I don't know what that is. Did that work? No one's ever asked before. I've never had anybody in the chat to actually need a moderator. Thank you. Dr. Pyrostine, I know how to make you a moderator. Do you want to be a moderator over on Rumble? But between the 2 and 3 hour mark of this particular live stream, we had some really great discussion. And then Dr. Pyrostine and I was talking when they were kind of towards the end of this about, again, our founding fathers laid out our judicial system such that the burden needs to be on the state to prove the defendant is guilty with evidence entered into the record during the trial. Not hearsay beforehand, not hive mind, not mob mentality beforehand and speculation. Has to be during the proceeding by the state as evidence. They are innocent until proven guilty. It was better for an innocent man or a guilty man to go free than an innocent man be incarcerated. I have a huge problem with that now. Megan Emmerich is probably the example I've used most often. My dad always gets mad at me when I say often. It's often. The T is silent. Anyway, but that was another one where it's like, fast food verdict, in and out. Did they understand the instructions? She was found guilty. And at sentencing, in my opinion, the judge righted the wrong of the jury. She was found guilty. The judge gave her time served. And, I mean, we've talked about this many times, but actually I think during the 2 and 3 hour mark. But I think it's a big problem. I think it's a big problem. And, if you happen to go against the grain and say, okay, well, the charge is first-degree murder, premeditated, and the state did not prove it. They did not put the weapon in their hand. They did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not like civil court where it's like preponderance of the evidence. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Some states are different, but if there are two different plausible scenarios, you're supposed to err with the one that favors the defendant. That never happens. Oh, Eris, look at that. You do have a wrench. Oh my God, this is so exciting. Time, 5:12 p.m. Date, 12/18/2023. Oh my gosh, my first moderator. I wish I had a sound I could play for you. Huzzah! There. Thank you. 100 guilty men go free versus 1 innocent man. Correct. Lefty, thank you so much. That's what it is. So Dr. Pyrostine was saying, just along this lines, juries are pretty smart most of the time. It's still really hard to get a conviction through a jury, as it should be. Most people give up and take a plea because the court system uses scare tactics. That's something else that we talked about during this 2 to 3 hour mark. The prosecution, in some instances, Megan Emmerich is another one, that it was almost like, in my opinion, it was almost like it was sport. Like it was a sport, like a game of who wins and who loses, versus like justice for the how is it justice for the victims when the wrong person gets found guilty in their McJustice system, fast food system of justice? And the scare tactics with the plea deals. We've heard that. Here, let's go back and rewind on Rumble and watch the Brandon Struck interview with Mark Levin and his whole nightmare. General Flynn, same thing. They bankrupted that man until he had no money left for a defense, had to take a plea. I mean, that's just like a whole nother. Oh, I don't think plea bargains should even be an option anymore. Either you give a trial or you drop the case. You know, that's a kind of a good point. It's the people's responsibility to teach each other. All other systems fall apart if you let the government teach you. That is where the true power is, and people gave it away. 100%. 100% agree with that. We talked about that. I think it was in a murder church yesterday. I forget now. But we were talking about how, yeah, it was during murder church. Steve was talking to Bob Mata, Defense Diaries, about the judicial system, how it's gotten out of control. And, you know, the government was set up to be largest at the local level and smallest at the federal level. Now that's opposite too. So, yeah, it's people's responsibility to teach each other. And that's why I do love this true crime community, because hopefully in our own ways, hopefully we can, well, and that's another thing. I mean, we've got some fantastic defense attorneys that come into the chat or that we watch their live streams. And I think that's how we educate. I mean, why else are we searching for all this stuff to watch and interact? Like, I could just be sitting over there in my comfy bed and, you know, watching documentaries or watching these by myself, but that's no fun. I like to talk to people and expand my cranium. Oh, God. All right, guys, it's been 6 hours. I love all of your chats. All-American Super President. Okay, what did I say for that? Okay, so WWE Hall of Famer Donald Trump. Okay, so you know, you've seen my picture of me and Dana White, haven't you? Every time Dana White, every time I see Dana White, well, what was it, like a month ago? Dan Bongino was there. They went to a UFC fight. Dana is escorting in Go POTUS 45, and Kid Rock's American Badass, I think, was playing on the loudspeaker. Dan Bongino was there. Tucker Carlson was there. And, you know, there's Dana White walking Go POTUS and everybody through. And I always, I always show my kids that picture of me and Dana White. Yeah, he's a friend of mine. Dana White is. So basically, I'm 1 degree of separation from Go POTUS. Because, oh, yeah, that was Michael Flynn. And, Brandon Struck, the guy that started up Walkaway. He was at, I'm on YouTube, I have to be careful, but January, as a journalist documenting what was going on, never walked inside. And he, I have it on my Rumble I have 2 things about him on my Rumble channel. One is his interview with Mark Levin from like a year and a half ago, talking about what happened. And then it's just horrifying what they put him through. And then earlier this summer, there was a subcommittee hearing. I think Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Matt Gaetz, I think, was the chairman of that one, or headed it up, where it was Brandon Struck testified, as well as there was a guy that unalived himself because of the charges he was brought up against, and he thought he was basically screwed, and so he ended his life. So his aunt was there. I can't remember who else was there, but there were several people that were there talking about their experiences. I'll have to write that down and find it. It was really good. That was this summer. That's some other, well, actually the last subcommittee hearing I did, I think it was when Christopher Wray testified. Might have been like a month ago. I actually decided to stream that simultaneously on all 3 platforms. Normally, I don't do those subcommittees on YouTube because I'm afraid it's going to get taken down. But the subcommittee hearing feed comes from their YouTube channels. I usually do Homeland Security and government oversight committee meetings. There was like three in a row about child trafficking and the border crisis. They were all really good. But this last one I did put on YouTube, and they left it alone, knock on wood. So the problem with the live streams is they usually disable the chat. I can't think of his name, the long guy that would... Oh, that is Scott Preston, the long-haired guy that go clean up the neighborhoods. Scott Preston is his name. Or maybe it's Presser. I think it's Preston. But I know who you're talking about. I think he was in Minneapolis not too terribly long ago. Yeah. He's awesome. I thought he was maybe running for like a local congressional seat. But Brandon Struck was the guy that he started up the Walkaway campaign. And yeah, Scott Preston that got sick, or Brandon? Scott Preston, or whatever his last name is. They would go clean up neighborhoods, and he was telling a story of a pastor that was coming while they were cleaning up all these neighborhoods. Or I think maybe this was like why they had to put like basically hazmat suits on to go clean up the neighborhoods. I know they were out in California. They went to, I want to say it was like Baltimore, Maryland, maybe. But he started off with that, and then now he goes and does like, voter registration things, and he's just such a great guy. And he goes all over the place. Really tall, gay man, long hair. Yeah. I remember when he went to Baltimore, that was one of the first big ones, and they would come and clean up the cities. Well, there was a pastor, I know it came from him. This story came from him, but I think it was something that was like the pastor that he met when he was doing one of these cleanups. But the pastor, because of the, all the needles and like literal crap that is all over these tent cities, etc., in some of these areas. This pastor was coming, just spreading the word, and he either stepped in something or stepped on like a needle. And he ended up getting like gangrene or something weird and had to have his foot amputated from the disease he contracted. Yeah. Can you imagine? But I mean, such a great guy. All right. Well, we've got about a half an hour before Broken Baker starts with his thing. And so just what you can see now I'm really rambling. Now we're over 6 hours. But these are some of the documentary series I hope to cover. I went through all of this earlier. And we did the Mother God one last night. Again, the problem is I start everything on YouTube, but you have to switch over. Dr. Pyrostine says, after my technology lesson that I attempted, which wasn't very good, you got to catch me earlier in the day on that one. But there's a method to my madness. There's a method to why I like to use OBS. And he says, I just want to make shows. I don't want to learn all this tech crap. Not like me anymore. Oh, what can a guy do? I love you, Dr. Pyrostine. Plus, you're from Manitowoc. Here, let's give you some. I can do emojis over on Rumble. See, on the Rumble side, you get all my special little emojis. I should have wore my shirt that looks like that. I can't do that over on YouTube until I reach that magic 500 number. Honestly, at this point, I'm not really sure it's ever going to happen, but there's hoping. Here's hoping with all your help from the Baker crew. Alrighty, well, I'm going to quit rambling, and we are on verdict watch for this. I will change the title to the, I will change the title to the thumbnail for the next one, and I'm going to go get a bite to eat. I haven't eaten all day. Well, I think I ate a little bit. And I will be in Broken Baker's Solomon Anderson interview at the top of the hour. So there you have it. I think that is it for now. So I think this outro has music to it. If it does not, I apologize. Hopefully you'll get the gist of it. I can't believe I have a wrench. Oh, and congratulations to Eris for having a wrench, for asking. No one's ever asked. I've never needed one. Thank you. I appreciate you. Look at that. You're a champ. I need to send you one of my dishcloths in my pile. Dr. Pyrostine, I love you over on Rumble. I got to make these too. Oh, that's my MFH with the fire eyes. You know what the problem is they have to be like one, I forget what the dimensions are, but they have to be like super low ass resolution to get them into Rumble. Like 1 megabyte. Like a comma is more than 1 megabyte. Oh, funny. Okay, Dr. Pyrostine, I didn't forget about you. Pedro Polywog, I haven't seen her for a while. But, you know, I just got off of like another 1 month hiatus. And so I don't know. I usually post on Gab for her. So I kind of got out of the loop. Pedro Polywog, I love her. I need to send her some of my dish towels too. See, the problem is, yeah, Patriot Polywog. She's on Gab at Patriot Polywog. Oh, I hear music outside. Oh my God, I hope it's not my hooligans and they're jamming in their vehicles. All right, people. We'll see you later. And gets comfy on the doggo bed. While the cat was just laying on my feet. I have a heating pad under my feet because I am Mims. I have 2 different slippers because I still haven't been able. I haven't been able to find 2 slippers that match. So I have a heating pad underneath my feet. And Poppy the kitten was just laying on my feet until she heard the people with their. It's a vehicle with some super loud tunes. Welcome, Mims. The elephant, oh my gosh. That's another thing. My daughter's name is Ellie. One of the triplets is Ellie. And so as she's grown up, I always would buy her elephant stuff. I don't know why. Ellie, elephant, and I think elephants are beautiful. So now that I'm, getting ready to figure out. Good night, Dr. Pyrostine. Don't forget to subscribe to Dr. Pyrostine. He does claymation over on Rumble. He's very talented. And he's from Manitowoc, Wisconsin. We were talking earlier about convicting a murderer is the new thing that debunks the making a murderer thing in Manitowoc. Good night, Dr. Pyrostine. Thank you so much. 2 days in a row. Yeah. Back to the elephants. Oh, so now that I'm trying to figure out what the triplets are seniors, so we're on the final stretch. So it's okay, so what furniture do we want to keep? Who wants what when mom sells the house? Furniture's expensive. And then all her elephant stuff I have in a box. It's just I have tons of elephant stuff. Hopefully I can find someone who will take the whole entire collection of elephants. They're so cute. Lefty, I don't know if you know this or not, but my whole dad's family emigrated from Norway into Amory, Wisconsin. So we always had that. And then somewhere along the line after after World War II, when Grandpa came back, then they moved to Fridley, actually. Which, boy, that's a shithole now. Oh, and you watched The Fall of Minneapolis. Oh my God, I'm so glad. I've been pitching that since it came out like 3 weeks ago, because I know Bob Kroll very well, and his wife is Liz Collin. And my old boyfriend of 3 years, Al Williams, was in that documentary. So about 3 weeks ago on Rumble, I think it was on YouTube also, I did the Megyn Kelly interview and then like paused along the way and talked. But fallofminneapolis.com is where you can find that documentary. I think it's like hour 45 minutes roughly. Liz Collin, she wrote a book, and so this is the documentary. And basically it tells you what the real story is behind the whole George F. riots that burned half of Minneapolis down. And it is shocking. So I was hoping of doing a live stream of it now that, and they crowdfunded it. Oh, you're going to watch it again. Okay, well, Lefty, you and I should talk because I was going to do a live stream of it coming up pretty soon. Because Liz now works for Alpha News. Yeah, F. Jacob Fry. You know what? I was actually really pleased. The part where they were showing Jacob Fry towards the end was him in one of his stupid ass stick up the butt dances that he has been filmed doing. I'm just going to say it. At the end, nothing made me more pleased than the fact that they showed what an ignorant idiot he is. Oh my God, I can't stand him. But I was hoping Epic News, American Thought Leaders has a clip about a 9-10 minute interview with Liz Collin. It just popped up on my YouTube feed this morning. So, I mean, they still have a lot of interviews and buzz and stuff to do, but I was hoping I could ask Bob pretty please if him and Liz could come on to a live stream for like a 15-minute Q&A with audience, maybe after we watch Fall of Minneapolis. I'm hoping he would do that for me, but not very often do I get a chance to share with you some stuff that I know pretty well. Most of it is, unless you're in a, need me to do your taxes or something. Most of it is just me, pretending to be entertaining. Jacob Fry, damn embarrassing. Same with Waltz. Okay, that's another thing. Weasel Waltz. Or sometimes here in Minnesota we call him No Balls Walls. When was it 2018 when Ilhan ran for Mr. Antifa, Keith Ellison's 5th District congressional seat? Us on this is when my political Twitter was still, thriving. We were talking over and over. We were sharing that Antifa picture of him at the book, Sun Moon book thing, which is also in the documentary, actually. And sure enough, there he goes. She gets into the 5th congressional seat, and then he gets promoted to AG, which, again, in the documentary, it talks about his shenanigans around